We have started, ne? Over to you, Program Director.
Good morning, everyone. We thank you that you could come in today as we check on our program director if she is on. Let me just check now. Over to you, Nondumiso. All right. We know our tech. Let's just check with Nondumiso. Just a second for us.
Good morning, my fine women of the architectural profession. My name is Lithabisa Shongwe. I just want to welcome you to today. We are delighted. Today is none like other. We decided to take a different take on our women webinar. And while we are waiting for Ms. Nondu to come in, I'm going to tell you about this fantastic lady who I get to serve with on the Transformation Committee. She's going to be our program director. But just before she comes in, Ms. Nondu Nene, she's a senior architectural technologist, and she practices in Durban. She's the founder and principal of Live Designs. It's a progressive firm that is very design-based and innovative and sustainable with a collaborative approach. Ms. Nondu has 16 years of experience in the built profession. She's also a committed advocate of transformation within the profession. She currently serves as a member of the Transformation Committee. She's also a marker and an examiner and a moderator. And she helps at SACAP, and she participates also on the accreditation board. Ms. Nen is a passionate educator and a mentor, and she's deeply embedded in participating and helping out at the Durban University of Technology, where she continues to empower and to guide young professionals. She also participates on several boards, as well as a subsector in KZN called the Women Economic Assembly. She's also a member of Cyber Black Property Practitioners. And outside professional spheres, she participates in nonprofit initiatives. My good colleagues, I hope Ms. Nene has now been connected so that she can take us through our day. Are you there, Ms. Nene?
Not yet, VP. There's no audio on your device.
Is it? Okay. No, that is fine. Okay. Well, I'm going to just go ahead and take the reins for the day. My lovely colleagues, as I said, my name is Lithabisa Shongwe, and I have been honored this awesome position of being Vice President at SACAP. I can tell you it is a very wonderful position. being second in command from Pres. I used to be president, so I think it takes a certain type of woman to be able to step across and step down so that you can be led. And we work well. We work very well with my president. In fact, that role of vice president is almost like a sounding board to the president, and Pres is sounding board to the registrar. And at the same time, you're soundboard to the rest of council, almost like an intermediary. Now, I don't want to carry on further. I actually created some type of like a letter to the architectural women. I'm going to read it for you. These are my words, okay, for us. Now, today's topic is mastering balance. In the quiet 5 a.m. hum of drafting desks and the golden spill of morning sun and marked up plans on the dining table, we find something sacred. There is a divine rhythm in our work, a holy poetry in the dance between line and shadow, concept and material. In these moments, we do more than design, we breathe life into shelter, my colleagues. We contract into life making and building making. As women in architecture, we are not just manifesting walls, we are forging space for futures and fortunes. We are orchestrating balance between presence and pressure, ambition and surrender, between the precision of structure and the unpredictability of life. Now, I have been mastering to the scenic chaos of bosshood, motherhood, wifehood, mentorhood, and selfhood, not by holding everything perfectly, but by letting go and listening. I have been mastering by dancing to each call as it arises, not in resistance, but with reverent acceptance. Now, hear the sentence. I have been mastering by dancing to each call as it arises, not in resistance, but with reverence and acceptance. Now that means I've realized that one cannot resist. You cannot resist the call to bosshood, motherhood, wifehood, mentorhood, and selfhood. And you just got to keep attending to all of them. And that's just how I do my balance. Balance is not stillness. It is spirit. It is a spirit-led movement. Now, spirit, I'm talking about that non-physical part of a person, which is at the seat of character and emotions. Listen, that's what the dictionary says, okay? In my journey of leading and building, I have learned that balance is not a destination, it is a daily invitation, a sharpening and a divine calibration. It's how we direct steel in the one hand and the softness of clay. I must feel my pulse in every architectural assignment. You must feel your pulse in every architectural assignment. If not, if I am not moved by what I create, then how can it move others? This is now a level of respecting. You got to respect your work so that it moves others. I don't have time to fool myself. What we do must be self-indulgent like that. Now, as I nearly wrap up my letter to you, now, sisters, sword bearers, master the languages of the calling of the pen and sunlight and creativity and compliance. With contract and compassion, whilst as it may happen that you may not know your worth yet, borrow from another. Did you hear that? As it can happen that you may not know your worth yet, just borrow from another. Borrow, mentor, build, become. You are a woman first. Your graciousnesses, with all your corners, your rounds, your flaws, your fire, your brilliance. Architectural women kings, I say you are made of spectacular minerals, of ancient fires, forged to build and born to lead. Now, with skirt in hand, claim that gold. Dearest, you are anointed, meaning you've been rubbed with sacred oils of kings to shift atmospheres. Shift them. Go on and shift them. Now, as I end my letter to you, I just want to say that In this council, we have 11 council members. And we serve, I do not serve alone, I serve with 5 spectacular women. And in all these years coming, we have maintained a sense of harmony and respect amongst each other. They will be introduced later as we go on during the day. I just want to say thank you for this awesome platform. I wish us an incredible day. This is an awesome program. And thank you for your indulgence and your time.
Thank you very much, our VP. We have a struggle with our program director. You know, on a big day, our devices can do a lot of things to us. And we are supporting her so that she doesn't panic, because we all know in this field, when you have to present, you can't find everything. And you know how much pressure you can be in when that happens. So we hold together with Nondumiso. She'll come back on when she's winning. She's been on the second device and is just doing all of that. And we said that when she's ready, she'll beam her video and she'll cue us when she's ready, and we'll make space for her to come back and direct. My name is Mandisa Pepeta, and I'm going to read our VP's bio, because the plan was that as our program director will be carrying us today, she will have introduced our VP. And we can't allow that our VP will go unnoticed, because some of the people do not know how great a woman Lithabisa Shongwe is.
Okay, my Councillor Mandisa is frozen as it seems. So I think it's very odd to talk about one's own bio. So yes, Ms. Nondu.
Yes,
Yes, come on. Yes, there we go.
Vice President, we are
Listen,
balancing.
it happens. It
we
happens.
are
That's why.
mastering. We
Yes,
are
we are
balancing.
mastering and we are balancing.
We are women.
We are
And this
women,
is
so
what
let's
happens.
keep going at it. Yes,
Yes.
you go for it.
And this is what happens to us as women. We have to balance all these different aspects in life. We have to get up when sometimes we get tripped up. So
Yes.
my sincere apologies. We were all good this
don't
whole morning, and suddenly we've had some technical issues.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you very much, VP,
Okay,
for
ma'am.
stepping in
Yes.
and just holding the fort for us and welcoming us so beautifully. I'd love to just tell our people, greetings to everyone. Before I even tell you more about our vice presidents, I'd like to greet everyone and welcome again to our event, which is the 2025 Webinar for Women, Mastering Balance. I'd love to just say, I really cannot capsulate the essence of this woman that I'm about to speak about. Our vice president, just shortly, in 2018, Ms. Lithabisa Shongwe, who is our vice president at SACAP, made history by becoming the first woman who was elected as president of SACAP. Never happened before in history, and this was the first. So among some other highlights of Ms. Shongwe being the president, first woman ever, she also has served as vice president in the 5th Council and was reappointed again as she serves in the 6th Council. She's also chairperson of the Fees Committee. Ms. Shongwe is a distinguished professional architect of notes and the owner of ArcLife Architects, where she is responsible for design and implementation operating across Gauteng, Free State, and KZN, with extensive experience spanning across multiple sectors, which include aviation, education, health, residential projects as well. Ms. Shongwe also holds she as a professional architect. She holds a master's degree. But what's interesting about her master's degree is that it also was awarded second place in the Coral Brick Awards, National Coral Brick Awards, in her master's thesis. And so Ms. Shongwe is reputable for her excellence and her contributions towards mentorship, education, and design in the architectural industry. So thank you so much, Ms. Shongwe, for opening and welcoming us so well, and we greatly appreciate you. Now, I do know that we have our counselor, Ms. Mandisa Pepeta, who's also going to be addressing us with the purpose of the day. Although I do understand that she may have also been having a little bit of technicalities on her side, I'm not sure. Is our counselor back in?
I am back in.
Oh, wonderful, wonderful. Counselor, thank you for leading us in the Transformation Committee, the committee that is responsible for this event. And may I just say a few insights about you before you tell us about the purpose of the day? Councillor Mandisa is the founder and MD of Qhakaza Africa Consulting, with over 22 years experience across public, private, and corporate sectors. A strategic voice in transformation. She advocates for transformation in governance and capacity building in the South African built environment. She currently serves on SECAP, in the SECAP Council as a council member, in the CBE board, and as chair of the KZN Building Industry Forum. She is the founder of FABEP. She is a pioneer of note, a founder of FABEP and Student Focus, driving professional collaboration and youth empowerment across the SADC region. Ms. Mandisa Pepeta is committed to ethical practice, inclusive growth, and shaping a sustainable built environment. She's also a mentor who's mentored many individuals and made an impact within the built environment. Thank you, Councillor Mandisa. We'd like you to please address us. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Program Director. Am I audible?
Yes, you are, ma'am. You're very audible.
Thank you so much. Also, the system kicked me out earlier, and I thought it should be a Durban thing, because the Nondumisa is in KZN, Durban, it kicked it out. It did the same to me. I almost wondered if this is a Durban thing. Thank you so much for attending today. Good morning to all the distinguished guests, colleagues, and sisters in the profession. Today's gathering is a little different from what we have often seen in Women's Month programs, where when we conceptualized this webinar, we knew we did not want another talk shop. We wanted something that would leave every woman here not just inspired, but equipped. Too often when we attend our events, it's a motivation for a moment, but the practical tools to change our work, our businesses, and lives remain missing. For this reason, we designed Mastering Balance as a skill-based empowering session, a space where you walk away with tangible knowledge you can apply immediately. This year, we are focusing on 3 key growth areas for women in architecture: financial mastery, understanding your financial statements, quality excellence through ISO, learning how to set, implement, and maintain international quality standards that will set you apart in the industry. Emotional intelligence, where you develop your self-awareness, communication skills that are needed to lead effectively, build strong teams, and navigate high-pressure environments. The aim is simple. When we leave here today, we must each have a skill in our toolbox, a skill that enhances our professional value, strengthens our confidence, and helps us shape the built environment with excellence. As women in architecture, we are not only designing the buildings, we lead, we nurture, we innovate, and we balance it all with grace. Mastering balance is about honoring that ability, but also strengthening it with knowledge and tools that makes us unstoppable. We then wish to thank our SECAP and facilitators for embracing this vision, and also thank you for showing up. So also in this, we wish to invite you to engage fully, learn deeply, and commit to applying what we gained today. And on that note, I know that we would be introducing other councilwomen that we have at SECAP. We have 5 councilwomen, and our VP is a chair of Fees Committee. I chair Transformation Committee. Transformation Committee is hosting this webinar today. Transformation Committee has identified 3 focus areas, which is access, redress, and education. All of these areas are key in making sure that our built environment is sustainable. Thank you very much. Back to you, Program Director.
I thank you, Councillor. I thank you. Thank you very much for addressing us so eloquently. And as our Councillor and our Vice President have mentioned, that we do have 5 women in council. Though the council has several council members, out of those we have 5 that are women. And those women are, as mentioned, Councillor Mandisa, who is the chairperson of the Transformation Committee. We've got our Vice President, Ms. Al Shongwe, who is the chairperson of the Fees Committee. We have Councillor Singala Kabongela, who is the chairperson of the Investigation Committee. We have Councillor Dr. Jennifer Miremba, who is the chairperson of the Stakeholder Relations Committee. And we also have Councillor Kaylee Cupido, who is the chairperson of the Continuing Professional Development Committee. And thank you for the video that we're about to enjoy, SECAP. Over to you.
Council of the Architectural Profession Committees, mastering balance and shaping the future, one bold decision at a time.
My name is Dr. Jennifer Mirembe. I am a professional architect. I also serve as an academic. I also hold my own brand, Gen AI. I serve on the 6th term council of the SECAP. In that role, I am also the chairperson of the Stakeholder Relations Committee, and I am the deputy chair of the Education Committee. When I started my term of office, I made sure that I was driven not by title, but by purpose, and making sure that I left a South Africa that had been
Okay,
Is it
this is,
me or we lost sound?
this is unfortunate that we've lost sound here. Oh, man. And these are really spectacular women. Well, while we can't hear what
has held
Councillor...
various
Okay, there we go.
meetings and interactions with the state. Recently was one of my mind-blowing moments. As architects, we were able to have a roundtable with the National Department of Architects, with the National Department of Human Settlements, and that was chaired by the Pretoria Institute of Architects. I feel that during my term of office, I've laid the foundation. So in Women's Month, I'd like to put it to you out there. If you're a lady out there, just understand 2 things. The first one is being a lady does not mean you are disadvantaged in any way. It also does not mean that being a woman is a title or a crutch. Rather, it's exactly the opposite. During my term of office, I have learned that actually a woman in a public office is a very clear example of how the world can change just by having women in the office, leading by compassion, purpose, and ensuring that there is transformation. So I leave you with 3 words as I wish you a very, very happy Women's Month. The first one is lead louder. The second one is break barriers. And the third one is do not wait for permission. Happy Women's Month.
Hi, everybody. My name is Kaylee Cupido, and I am a current SACCP council member. I'm also the CPD committee chair. And both these things at the beginning was very daunting for me. I can say that I have now settled into that positions, and I'm very proud to be both of those things. As the SACCP council CPD committee chair, what is very near and dear to our hearts as the CPD committee is CPD in itself and in its entirety. And when I say that, I mean, what are we learning? What are we continuing developing ourselves into, which means the content of what we're doing. And also in today's economic times, what is important is the cost of that learning. We are not all fortunate enough to be able to have bucket loads of money to advance our education. So it is very important for us as the CPD committee to see that CPD is affordable, but also that it is accessible to everybody. So no matter where you are in South Africa, you must be able to have access to that, and that is quite important to us. And then also, lastly, in that category, what is important to us is how it is delivered, where it is delivered. Do you understand what it is, and is it relevant for you? So from a CPT point of view, we would like to call it the School of CPD. So for us as a committee, this is very important for us, and we hope that we are doing a very good job and striving for the best in CPD. Lastly, to all the women in the architectural profession, be it in South Africa or wherever you are, always remember who you are. Remember where you came from. Remember where you're going. Remember what you have achieved, but also the struggles that you went through. But most importantly, remember that you can be your own lighthouse and you can navigate your own future, no matter what that is for you. Good luck and a happy Women's Month to you all. Thank you so much, everybody. Bye-bye.
Good morning, all the lovely ladies. Thank you for joining us on our webinar. It is an honor to be among so many brilliant minds and passionate hearts, especially the women who have chosen to enter and thrive in the architecture world. My name is Singalaka Pongela. I'm a professional architect. I'm also a 6th-term council member. It's a privilege as well to be a chairperson of the investigating committee at SACCP. So our committee is dedicated to investigating all improper conduct by registered persons. And these are registered persons of all categories. My passion is centered on protecting the integrity of the architecture profession, as well as protecting the public from undue architecture practice. I'm also thrilled to see evolution in SACCP leading by example, in that the investigating committee is a committee made up of 10 members, of which 8 of them are females. Today, women are not just entering architecture, they are redefining it. They are proving that strength is not about size, but about vision. That design is not about dominance, but about balance. That building structures can also mean breaking barriers. We are the ones who bring intuition into design, who understand the importance of inclusive spaces, who build not just concrete and steel, but with empathy, culture, and community in mind. Yes, the path hasn't always been that easy. Many of us have walked into studios and boardrooms where we were the only woman on the boardroom table, but been underestimated, we've been overlooked, or told to prove yourself twice as hard. But you're still here. And that's the power, in that every challenge you've overcome has only made your foundation stronger. So to every young woman studying architecture right now, keep going. To every professional juggling family, deadlines, site visits, and self-doubt, keep building, because your perseverance matters and your presence matters. And your future in this field is not a question of if, but how far you go.
Thank you for such a brilliant. Are we still there? Oh,
Yes, we are.
Yes, we are.
okay. Thank you for that video. And I just want to, on a lighter note, I'd like to greet our women on the chat, all the attendees. I know there may be males as well. Please feel free to maybe write something into the chat box. We are all together, we are all inclusive. If you have any views or any comments, please feel free to just drop them in. Hope that you're enjoying the program so far, now that we are all settled and running smoothly. So now we come to the monies. Money. And we have our CFO, Mr. Maduela Sekgobola, who is the Chief Financial Officer of SECAP, who's going to be addressing us. Sir, I do trust that you're ready for us. And I would really love for you to come in and perhaps just tell us a bit about yourself before you proceed on how your works and responsibilities are at SECAP. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Maduele Sekgobola. I'm a CFO at SACAP. I think for a bit of a background, I joined SACAP in July 2019. So this is my sixth year at SACAP. And before that, I worked for several companies, including KPMG, where I did my articles. And then I worked for MultiChoice. I worked for Hollard Insurance Company, and also Clientele. And I think I've been here the longest in terms of the employer that I worked for. Yeah, so I'm a chartered accountant by profession. I'm also registered with IRBA, which is also a regulator like SACAP. So basically, let me just share the presentation. All right, so today, the finance manager of SACAP, Mr. Maphuti Mothapo, she was supposed to be the one taking us through the presentation as a woman in finance at SACAP. She's also a chartered accountant registered with SAICA. But in her absence, I will be taking everyone through the presentation. To start off, I would like to say to wish all the women in architecture and all women in the country, I hope a happy Women's Month. Igama lamankosikazi malibongwe. I think someone recently said that women deserve all the money in the world, and I think I agree with that.
Yes.
Yes. I see a hand from Councillor Mandisa.
No, you can carry on, sorry.
All right. Okay, so the purpose of today is just to make sure that we empower the women in architecture in basic understanding of financial statements, how to read the financial statements, and how to analyze the financial statements once they've been prepared by the accountants. And also just to differentiate between the annual financial statements as we know them and the management accounts that gets prepared on a monthly basis and a quarterly basis. And also to just the difference between the budgeting and the forecasting and the compliance matters that women in architecture who are running their own practices should be taking into account to make sure that they are on the right side of compliance with various legislations, being it the tax, the SARS and the CIPC and the Companies Act and how and the international reporting standards. So I think in terms of the financial statements, it's something to start with. I'll try to simplify everything as much as possible so that everyone can follow me. So with the financial statements, it all begins with the transactions that have been recorded on a day-to-day basis. I think the most important thing is to have the bank statement, all the transactions that occur in a company should be supported by any type of supporting documentation. For example, for all the monies that come through into the bank into your bank statement as a practice owner or the bank statement of the company, they should be supported by the invoices. So meaning for all the projects that you invoice where you have actually met the contractual obligations in terms of fulfilling the contract, while you're invoicing, you should be able to invoice using documented invoice. And I'll touch on how the invoice, whether you can be able to invoice including or excluding VAT. But all these transactions that appear on your bank statement need to be supported, whether they are credits or the debits. I also wanted to touch, especially on the debits, on the income, because I know sometimes you find that as the owner of the practice, you want to quickly withdraw the money to purchase something for the business. As long as you are withdrawing the money to purchase something for the business, that documentation need to be kept safe. In that you have to make sure that you open a box. That's if you're owning your own practice and then you don't have a bookkeeper. You only going to hire a bookkeeper at the end of the financial year. So the most important thing is to have a box and then have all the invoices, the supporting documentation kept in that box, so that whenever you hire a bookkeeper or an accountant to come and record the transactions, those transactions are supported by those invoices. And for payment of salaries as well, you need to have a supporting documentation in a form of employment contract and all that, because those documents are going to be required by the accountants when they prepare the financial statements at the end. And I'll touch on the VAT charges. In terms of SARS and the Acts, the VAT Act, any organization with a taxable supplies of 1 million and above is required by law to register for VAT. Okay, so that is the first compliance matter, but I'm touching on this. I'll touch on the compliance matters right at the end. But for this one, because I'm talking about the invoices, you need to be, if you are registered for VAT or if you are required to register for VAT, you need to immediately contact SARS or contact your accountant, so that the accountant or the tax practitioner can be able to register on your behalf on SARS e-file. It's a very simple process to do that. On SARS e-filing, and then you register for VAT. And then once registered, you know that on a prescribed period, you need to be able to submit your returns, summarizing the VAT that you charged over that period, and then you submit that to SARS. I'll touch on it at a later stage as well. But here, what I wanted to say is that for all the invoices that you prepare, if you are required to include VAT in it, make sure that it includes the VAT, and make sure that it's VAT compliant, in that it has all the addresses, your address and the address of the person that you are invoicing, and the VAT registration numbers of both you and the person that you are invoicing, and also the fact that it must say it's a tax invoice. That's if you are registered for VAT. If you are not registered for VAT, you are not allowed to charge any VAT on your invoices. Because basically, by charging the VAT, you're just adding an amount that is required by SARS for every transaction that you enter into, or every invoice that you make. And I think another thing that is very important is the accounting and payroll systems. You know, back in the day, we used to do everything manually, in terms of recording of transactions onto the system. But these days, there are so many systems that we can use to be able to record the transactions. I think in terms of the system, your accountant should be able to prescribe which systems work best. What normally happens is that an accountant will advise you to say, here is a system that is easy for use. And then as a practice owner, you can purchase a license to be able to use that system, be it an accounting system or a payroll system. And these systems are very easy to use, especially the payroll systems. They are very easy to use. Once the profile is created, you find that it's very easy to just add your employees in there. And you know that in terms of calculation of pay as you earn for the employees, you know you're going to be calculating correctly, such that at the end of the financial year, or you have not overtaxed your employees or undertaxed them, and then they end up owing SARS. So they are pretty much very accurate in terms of calculations of pay as you earn and so on and so forth. And also you assist when you have to submit your returns to SARS, because they gives a proper accurate amount that would have been withdrawn, that would have been withheld from the employees' salaries. And the accounting systems as well, they also help with invoicing. There's no need there wouldn't be a need to have your everything manually, where you have to now type your invoice, and sometimes you forget to even put the invoice number there. Sometimes you forget some of the details that are important for your invoice to be tax compliant. So, but with the systems, they are already built to always have that, to always have those functionalities. And also for when you do the quotations, you don't have to now do the quotations on Excel spreadsheets and the Word documents and so on and so forth. You just punch the information into the system, and you generate the quotation for to be given to your client there. So I just wanted to touch on this as it's something very important, and it's something that can simplify the owner of the practice life so much. And at the end of the year, if you don't have an accountant then it's very easy for the accountant to even go into there and see if things have been done correctly. Okay. And then another thing that I wanted to touch here again is the transactions with owners. Transaction with owners, as the owner of the practice, as this especially where you are the only director in the practice, you will find that from time to time, if you want to take money out of the business, you can use various methods. You can withdraw the money and give yourself a loan, or you can, at the end of the financial year, once you see that you have made your profits, you can be able to pay yourself a dividend, or you can, on a monthly basis, just pay yourself a salary. But there are tax implications for every transaction that you have with your company, because remember, the company and yourself as a natural person, as the owner of the practice, you are two separate persons. The company is a separate legal entity with its own life. They call it a juristic person, whereas you are a natural person. So in that way, you know that you are separating. You are not a company yourself because you're a natural person. And that's why you just make sure that we pay ourselves dividends. You document all these transactions in such a way that they will always be tax compliant. Okay. And then, yeah, these are just the introductions that I wanted to have on the financial statements, because it all starts with the recording of transactions. All the transactions that you have for the entire financial year, those then need to be they are going to be summarized at the end of the financial year to prepare what we call the financial statements. Okay, and then the financial statements, as I've indicated, it's just a summary of all the transactions that happen from the beginning of the financial year to the end of your financial year. At the end of the financial year, it's more like we take a picture of what happened. We look backwards when we prepare the annual financial statements. Later on, I'll touch on the difference between the financial statements and the management accounts that we prepare on a monthly basis. So the annual financial statements we only prepare at the end of the financial year. So meaning that we take a picture and say that, and then look back and say what happened from the beginning to the end of the financial year. And that is the purpose. And then the components of the financial statements, I'll touch on the main components. It will be the balance sheet, the income statement, the cash flow, and statement of changes in equity. In the slides to come, I'll amplify on all these components. Okay, but also the purpose of financial statements. The reason why we want to prepare the financial statements, as the owner of the practice, you want to see what happened in your business. If you have achieved your objectives, or if in comparison to the previous financial year, how have you fared? Have you grown, or have you gone back? So that we can be able to make decisions about the future in terms of what are you going to do to turn around and make sure that you achieve your goals as a business. So that is the purpose of the financial statement. So moving forward, I'll then cover each component, starting with the balance sheet. So when the financial statements are prepared, you will see that usually we start with the balance sheet. And I think the key word here on the balance sheet is the word balance, meaning that it's made up of balances. So balances meaning it's cumulative balances. You will have opening balance for every item on the balance sheet. And with whatever movement that happened during the year, added to that balance or subtracted to that balance, so that you can be able to see, as at the end of the financial year, what was the balance for that item of a balance sheet. So, as I say, the key word here is the balance. Unlike the income statement will reflect only the movement, only what happened during the financial year. But with the balance sheet, it will reflect the balance for every item on there. And the balance sheet is further broken down. Okay, sorry. Another key thing about the balance is that it needs to balance, meaning the assets on the balance sheet need to equal to equity and total liability. Maybe just to demonstrate here, I'm not sure if this is visible. Yeah, just to demonstrate here, you'll see that on this part here, we have total assets. Total assets made up of non-current assets and current assets. So the total of both non-current assets and current assets is the total assets for the organization. And this balance here needs to now equal to equity and liabilities, the total of both equity and liabilities. And I'll touch on what equity and liabilities are as we go. But if you look at this picture here, you will see that the total here, 33 million, which I believe is what most of our practice owners are making out there. So 33 million will equal this one here, which is total equity and total liability. So the key thing is to make sure that the balance sheet balances. If the accountant has prepared the financial statement, the balance sheet correctly, you will see that these two amounts will be the same. And also, in preparation of the financial statements, you will always have a column for the previous financial year, because we want to see the movement between the previous financial year to the current financial year. Okay. I hope I'm clear there. And to take it further now, I would like to break down this here to make you understand what we mean when we say current assets or non-current assets. I'll start with non-current assets. So non-current assets are all the assets that the company owns. And these assets are going to be utilized for more than 12 months. So anything, for example, if you're talking about buying a laptop is not something that you can use within 12 months. So you're going to use that laptop for over 12 months. So it's current only just means 12 months. So if you're going to be using it for more than 12 months, then it needs to be reflecting as a non-current asset. Another example would be if you have long-term investments. If the business has got long-term investments, those investments, if the investments are more than 12 months, are held for more than 12 months, it means that those investments will be shown as non-current assets because they are the assets of the company. Okay. And the current assets are just vice versa to that. Those assets that are going to be utilized over 12 months, within 12 months. So the cash that you have in your bank account of the business, so that cash will probably be used within the 12 months. The debtors, people that you have invoiced for them to pay you. If they haven't paid you yet, you will be showing them as debtors. And the expectation is that those debtors need to be paying you within the 12 months, because if they pay you for after 12 months, then it means you may have liquidity issues there where you are not able to reinvest the money into the business. So those are the examples. If you were selling items, like if you had inventory, you would also show it under current assets, because the expectation that if you're running a business, you are going to be able to, you want to be selling your assets within a period of 12 months for your business. The same thing with non-current with liabilities. Non-current liabilities will be those ones where you will be holding them longer than 12 months. If you have a loan with a bank for over, and then the term of the loan is 5 years, then it's going to be more than 12 months, meaning that it will now reflect under non-current liabilities. The same with current liabilities. Those would be your accruals or your trade creditors. Those that you are going to be paying within the period of 12 months, then those will be reflected under current liabilities there. If you have an overdraft as well, and that's reflected under current liabilities. So it's just a matter of separation between those assets that are long-term and current, and liabilities that are long-term and current, for the user of the financial statement to see what's happening in the company. So the equity is just the difference between the two. Difference between total assets and total liabilities will give you equity there. And equities is more of transactions with the owners of the business. That's where if you put in money into the business, it will reflect under equity. If you want to pay yourself dividends, that will reflect under equity. All those transactions with the owners will reflect in there. And the profits will also reflect under equity, because the profit is for the owner of the business. So the existence of the business is for the owner of the business or the shareholder of the business to increase the company's wealth, and that gets reflected under equity. And that can also be breaking down further as we go. That is a glimpse of a balance sheet. Remember I said here the key word is the balance, meaning cumulative balances. So it moves from year to year. Next year we add, if it's this year, end of the year, the movement of the next financial year, subtract, add, and then at the end we have a new balance cumulatively as we go. Yes, so this is basically what I've just explained in terms of various examples of assets and liabilities there. And then we have the income statement. This is the one where most of the business owners will be interested to see, because it reflects the performance of the business during the financial year. The revenue that it gets reflected under income statement, those will be the sum of all the invoices that you would have issued to your customers. That's what gets reflected under revenue. And other income would be anything other than what you have invoiced to the customers, but it's a credit to the company. So that gets separated from revenue, because you want to be able to see in terms of the core business of your company, how much have you made in terms of revenue, not profit. How much have you made in running your business for that financial year. And then the expenses would be anything just like your salaries. If you have staff, you pay salaries. You can pay rent. You can pay accountants for the accounting fees. If you need to be audited, you can pay auditors. Any expenses that are incurred by the business during the financial year. And then at the end here, so here is finance income and finance costs. If you have cash invested in your in financial institutions, and you generate interest on those assets, then you get the interest income. And then the finance cost would be if you have overdrafts, then you are able to. I mean, that gets reflected here. All right. I see the hand from Councillor Pepeta.
Apologies, you can continue.
All right. So that is the income statement. And the income statement, like I've alluded, is just it's the movement. It's what happened in terms of the performance during the current financial year. And then you're able to reflect, you're able to see what was the profit or loss that you would have made. Hopefully it's only going to be profits, not a loss. And then this loss or profit will then go to be reflected under equity in the balance sheet, like I've explained here. Okay. And then we move on to another component with which is cash flow statement. You would have seen in the income in the annual financial statements, you will have a statement of cash flows, which is just basically, it now summarizes the cash movements from the previous financial year to the current year. So income statement was just summarizing all the transactions, including those where you haven't been paid. Because in the revenue, you invoice a client. In terms of the standards, once you invoice, you need to be reflecting that invoice as revenue, whether it has been paid or not. So it's what we call accrual basis of accounting. You record the transactions when they occur, not when the cash payment happens. So, but then with the cash flow, you only want to focus on those. It focuses on only the cash transactions. So you're reconciling what was the opening cash for your business and the movements, all the cash movements during the year. And then you reconcile back to the closing cash that you would have reflected on your balance sheet. So it's for you to be able to see how much cash have you paid, net cash flow from operating activities, cash that you use to purchase your assets. Also, any cash transaction will be reflected here, either in a form of those assets that were purchased. If you have cash if you went and gotten a loan, it will also be reflected here because it would be a cash movement of that year. So basically here, we just wanted to show the cash. We just want to show the cash movement, reconciling to the cash balance at the end of the financial year. Because not everybody is interested on the accrual basis of accounting. So with a cash flow statement, at least you will be able to see in terms of cash what happened there. Okay, and statement of changes in equity, as I've said, that would be the transactions with the owner. Just at this one, it's not for we don't have shareholders, but under normal circumstances, you would have like a share capital which would be the number of shares multiplied by the value of shares that the shareholder would have invested into the business at the start of the business. And then the movement would be if there's further investments into the business, further capital that is given to the business, that will also be reflected there. And then also if there's dividends, this is where those transactions would be reflected, as well as the dividend taxes and so on and so forth. So here we want to separate the movements of the business to the movements pertaining to the transactions with shareholders. That is the reason why we have statement of changes in equity. Okay, I think another important thing now is how to analyze if you are given the financial statements by your accountant at the end of the financial year, what do you need to look out for in terms of analyzing those financial statements? So I think the best would be to look at the movements. Maybe let me just go back to the balance sheet there as an example. All right, so you want to know what is the movement. If you have, like, for example, if you have a cash and cash equivalent, you see that prior year we had 3.7 million. All of a sudden we have 549. The first thing to do would be to question why that movement. And that movement need to be explained properly in the notes to the financial statements, explaining what that movement is. So you want to see if there's jumps between the two financial years. That is a question that can be asked to an accountant, or what happened here? Why do we have these movements? And the accountant should be able to document those movements, the commentary about the movements in the notes to the financial statements. Another red flag that you can look at is if you have low cash balance, then you need to be worried that, if you have a low cash balance, it means you may not be able to operate in the near future if you run out of cash. So as the owner of the practice, then that's something that you need to highlight there. Another red flag is if there's current assets are lower than the current liability, because that reflects the liquidity issues. It means with your debtors, even if your debtors pay you all of them, together with the cash that you have in your business, you may not be able to pay your liabilities as they become due. So then that reflects liquidity issues there. That's what we call liquidity issues. You are not able to pay for the transactions, your normal transaction in the normal course of business. You are going to struggle to do that. So there is a red flag that you need to be looking at. Another big red flag now is if you have your total assets exceeding your total liability, not equity, liability. So if I go back to the balance sheet there, you want to make sure that, because if your total assets, remember I said total assets minus total liability is equity. If your total assets is lower than the total liability, then the equity will reflect negative. And that reflects, that then means that the company is insolvent. There's insolvency issues there. Which is an indication that the business is not doing well, and there are other companies act implications if the company trades when it's insolvent. So you want to get out of that position as soon as possible by generating more revenue and having profits, and profits gets reflected under equity, and it reverses out that negative balance there in your balance sheet. Obviously, if there's a loss for the year, that's another red flag, because now you don't wanna be in business to make losses. That is another thing that you will be looking at. And also, if the revenue is declining, if you're comparing your revenue to the previous financial year, and this year you've made less, then there's questions to be asked there to say what's happening, what can be done to increase revenue, because you always want to be growing. So for me, these are the easiest way of just asking questions and analyzing the financial statements as you receive them from the accountant. Okay, so, and then now I wanted to touch on the difference between the management accounts and financial statements. The annual financial statements, those are the ones that, like I've explained, those are the ones that gets prepared at the end of the financial year. However, the management accounts is built up to the annual financial statements, in that they get prepared from month one in the financial statement in your company. So you want to see how you're doing, and often this would be compared to your plans in terms of the budget. You want to see from month one, how much have you made compared to what you had in the budget, and then the difference between those, then you get to analyze further to say what happened. The difference is that you're not going to wait till the month till year end. You're going to be making decisions as and when on a monthly basis to make sure that where you can turn around, you are able to do so. So management account are for decision making, so that you can be able to turn around your company. So, but they are prepared in the same way as you would prepare the annual financial statements, in that you would reflect in your income statement, you would reflect revenue and the expenses, and sometimes you can even reflect the balance sheet as at that particular point in time, to see where it is. So on a quarterly basis, then you look back and say, this is what happened. Is this the expectation that's going to happen? The expectation for the full year or not? That gets done in the management accounts. I hope I'm clear on that one. And then I just mentioned now the budgeting, because now at the beginning of the financial year, it would be nice, or it would be good to have a plan, and the plan maybe in the form of a strategy. And once you have done the strategy, then you want to make sure that there is a budget that is linked to that strategy. And then the budget that gets prepared, you want to track how you're doing. So then it goes back to that management accounts. You track how you performed in a month or in a quarter versus what you had in the budget. And those variances, you need to drill down and understand what caused those variances, so that you can make better decisions moving forward. And also, it's different to the forecast, because the forecast, all it's saying is that after a year starts, let's say after 3 months, 1 month, 1 month, 2 month, 3, you can be able to predict, obviously with the trends the actual trends that you would have seen, to predict the rest of the financial year, right? And then when you start to do the predicting, that is forecasting. You are forecasting to say that with the current performance, this is more or less where I'm likely to end at the end of the financial year. So that can be, and then that can be compared to the budget, because the budget will reflect the full year as well. So with a forecast, you also take 3 months and then predict the next 9 months. and then you compare the total of the two, so that you can be able to see at the end of the financial year, will I be over or under the budget in terms of revenue or expenses? Then if you're going to be under the budget and the budget is where you want it to be, then you can take further decisions there in terms of how do I turn around the situation of the company, such that at the end of the financial year is either I'm in line with the budget, or I've achieved profits that are over the budget. So that is the difference between the budgeting and the forecasting there. Okay. And then the last slides here is about compliance. I would have touched on a little bit on the VAT compliance there, but even in terms of employee compliance, every practice, as soon as you employ somebody in the practice, or even if you are the owner but you are paying yourself a salary, you need to register yourself as an employee in that practice. And the SARS will expect that on a monthly basis, I think it's before the 7th, you need to submit something we called EMP 201 to SARS. And there in EMP 201, all it does, it summarizes how much have been withdrawn from the employee's salary in terms of tax, pay-as-you-earn, UIF, and SDL. So the money that you would have deducted, you reflect it on that monthly return, and that gets submitted on SARS e-filing. So the tax practitioner or the accountant would be able to do that for you. Even if you have your own system, still that would actually even help, because now you just generate that report from the system. Already it reflects how much you need to be declaring to SARS on the EMP 201. And then that is a return that you're going to fill in, and then you submit to SARS before the 7th of every month. Submit it on e-filing. Once it's submitted, it will tell you how much you need to be paying, which is the total of those three amounts that I've mentioned: total pay-as-you-earn, total UIF, and total SDL. And that is the amount that you need to be paying to SARS. If you don't meet the deadline of the 7th, there's always penalties. SARS, they always want to make sure that they penalize, and we don't want to find ourselves in a situation where we have to owe SARS over and above what we were supposed to owe them. The same as VAT return. As soon as you are registered for VAT, as soon as you are, like I've mentioned, as soon as your company's taxable suppliers or revenue is more than $1 million, you are required by law to register for VAT. But I think there's a threshold for voluntary registration. You can also voluntarily register with SARS for VAT if you want to. And then if your threshold is above, I'll double check, but I think about 20,000. I would like to believe that many practices will be making more than 20,000, but there you are not forced to register. You're not obliged to register. But as soon as it hits 1 million, by law, you are required to register. And then if you're not registering, and then SARS picks up, then it's a problem. Then that's where the problems will start. And then with VAT as well, there's a VAT 201 return that gets submitted. Once you register, they will tell you on your registration letter, the confirmation of registration, they'll tell you exactly when you need to be paying the VAT, or you need to be declaring the VAT 201 return to SARS. Also, just be mindful of the dates as well, in terms of when are you required to submit the VAT 201. Because if it's not submitted, you submit late or anything like that, there's also penalties there that get given to that gets charged onto your account where you have to pay extra now. Before I go to annual returns are those that gets prepared at the end of the financial year. Much like once the annual financial statements have been prepared, your accountant will then need to now go on to SARS to be able to submit the annual tax return. So usually SARS will give you a period of 12 months from the end of your financial year to submit that annual return for the business. So within that period, once the financial statements are finalized, that is something that needs to be submitted. And then once it's submitted, SARS will then assess and be able to tell you whether you have a refund or for the business, or whether you need to be paying extra cash there once they've done the calculations themselves. Because obviously when the accountant does the financial statement, they would also do the tax calculations to say this is how much this is how much was needed to be paid to SARS, and this is how much was paid through provisional tax. And then then SARS will do their own calculations and compare how much were you supposed to pay versus how much we have already paid in terms of provisional tax. And then sometimes it's high, sometimes it's low. But if it's done correctly, then it needs to align to what SARS is saying there. And hopefully you don't have to pay anything extra. Or maybe you can get a tax refund there. So the provisional tax is also a return. The companies will be like separate legal entities. You'll then have a need to pay on a 6-month basis. You need to declare and estimate the tax for the full year, but only pay for the 6 months. Every 6 months, you need to be doing your provisional tax return, and in there, then if you need to be paying, you pay. That as well, if it's not done on time, there will be penalties. And then at the end of the financial year as well, you need to do a second provisional tax. That gets where you estimate the total tax now for the full year, because it will be done at the end of the financial year. At least at that time, you have a view of how much you've made in terms of taxable income and the tax that gets applied to it. And then you compare it to what you have paid 6 months ago, and then you pay the difference. If you need to be paying more than what you have paid in the 6 months, then you do that so that the tax for the full year is almost accurate, because now there'll be penalties if your estimates are wrong. If you estimate your tax for the full year incorrectly, and later on, when you do your tax return, the annual tax return, you find that your estimates were way off, there will be a penalty just for getting the estimations wrong there. I think that's another very important thing to consider there. And then other returns would be things like if you are paying yourself a dividend, you then need to, there's a different return there that you need to fill in to declare that to disclose or declare the dividend to SARS, because the dividends will also have its own tax implications there in terms of the dividend tax. Okay. And then the CIPC return, another important compliance thing that needs to be done on an annual basis. Because a company, if it's a separate legal entity, it should be registered with CIPC. And the CIPC on a yearly basis will require that you submit a tax return. And in that tax return, if it's not submitted, you are running a risk that the company may be deregistered. You may be operating, and your company is no longer registered on CIPC. So it's another thing that needs to be checked very closely. such that we don't find ourselves on the wrong side of the Companies Act. And then the other Companies Act, there are the act that I thought would be relevant here is Section 29 in the Companies Act, which says that the annual financial statements that you prepare must be presented fairly, in that you shouldn't put, deliberately put incorrect amounts in there to inflate or and so on and so forth. And they mustn't be misleading. If you're going to be preparing the financial statements, they need to be prepared in compliance with Section 29 of the Companies Act. Not misleading and presented fairly. And then Section 30, then we'll talk about whether your financial statements need to be audited or not. If your practice is small, chances are then you don't need to be, and your public interest score is below a certain threshold, then you don't have to be audited. Many companies are not, many practices that are owner managed are not required to be audited. But this calculation needs to be done by your accountant to determine whether you need to be audited or not. But sometimes you can choose to be voluntarily audited. But as soon as you're audited, then it means the audit needs to be done in line with international audit standards there. You need to hire an auditor to be able to audit your financial statements. But if you don't need to be audited, sometimes you may want to be audited if you are applying for a loan at the bank and they require that your financials may be audited. Those would be the type of instances where you may need to find yourself being audited. But all the public organizations, the government entities, and those are required to be audited because of the various acts that require them to be audited. Okay, so I spoke about the preparation of the financial statements. So once the financial, at the end of the financial year, when you are preparing the annual financial statements, there's a framework that is used, that can be used. If you are a small organization, chances are you will be, if you prepare the financial statements, they would need to be prepared in line with IFRS for small and medium enterprises. Or if you're a bigger organization, then you may choose to be, for your company to be audited in line with annual financial, international financial reporting standards. So that is the policy position that you would agree with an accountant before the financial statements are prepared. So the auditing, the financial standards, international financial reporting standards, all they are a framework. They're just guiding accountants in terms of if somebody is, in terms of how the financial statements should be prepared, such that even if you replace this accountant with another accountant, or if two accountants were to prepare the financial statements using the same information, they should be able to apply the standards such that they come up with the same answer. They sort of like guide how the transactions need to be disclosed in the annual financial statements, and so on and so forth. So everything that needs to be happening in the annual financial statements, they will guide to say this is what needs to be happening. But you can't say that your annual financial statements are prepared in line with IFRS if it's not done so. Then it goes back to Section 29 of the Companies Act to say that your financial statements are misleading. So to make sure that they are not misleading, the accountant must make sure that wherever they are prepared in line with IFRS, they must make sure that it's indeed correct, that they are done in line with IFRS. I think I pretty much covered. But But I think the other thing that I wanted to, I think I missed it. Yeah, but I think it's about the different ways of paying money to yourself as the owner of the business. So an owner can choose to withdraw the money from their bank account. Like, let's say whenever you need money during the year, you withdraw that money, and then at the end of the year you declare that money as a dividend to yourself. And then that money, that dividend will then attract a dividend tax of 20%. Or you can choose to pay yourself a salary on a monthly basis, but that salary will be taxed according to the tax tables, the pay-as-you-earn tax tables. And then there, if you are going to be getting other income from other places as well, combined with the salary that you are getting from your business, that can push your marginal tax rate according to the tax tables, may push it up such that the tax may be higher. Or sometimes what happens, the owners give themselves a loan from the business. In doing that as well, at the end of the financial year, that loan then gets converted into a dividend. And then you pay the dividend tax on that loan. However, the withdrawals, whatever that gets paid, as I've indicated, that can be reflected as expenses on your income statement, because those are capital in nature. They are not expenses that are incurred for the running of the business. Those are transactions with the owners. That will then be reflected in the statement of changes in equity, as I've indicated as well. Having said that, I think I've covered what I needed to cover in terms of the financial statement, Chairperson. I will take questions. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Sekgobola. We really appreciate you taking us through, giving us some financial literacy on how to handle our businesses. And I think one of the first things that stood out, I think for most of us, if I may speak for us, is separating the person to the actual entity, understanding that the business owner and the business are two separate legal entities. And on that note, we do have time for some questions. And I'd like to open up for some questions to our people that are listening. I know that we may have some things that are running through our minds as you were speaking, and through our chair and perhaps VP, we can engage if we have any questions and there are any questions from our audience. Audience, I hope that you have benefited from this session. Please come through with questions for Mr. Sekgobola, who has generously given us some key information to assist us. I'll switch off my video so that we can be able to hear from you, sir, as we all engage.
Any questions? Any colleague, any business owner, any woman running your practice, regardless of the amount of monies that you're making? I'm sure you may have a question or something. Anyone?
Oh, I see.
Ms. Notlanhla.
Yes,
Oh,
we see-
lovely.
yes.
Yes, good morning. Thank you. Can I ask Mr. Sekgobola, what does the cost of sales that always show in the what do they call it, income statement? There is revenue and then there is the cost of sales. What does that mean?
Yes, thank you for that question. So the cost of sales would be the expenses, well, the expense that directly relates to the generation of that revenue. For example, if you were selling products or services, the cost that you see, for example, like if you have a salary, the salary, paying somebody a salary is not directly related to generating that income. But the cost of sales would be those expenses that directly relate to generating that revenue. For example, the inventory. If you have stock in your business, the purchasing of that stock relates to selling. You're going to purchase so that you can sell. So it then relates to generating the revenue. Then we show it as the cost of sales. So what costs you to make that sale? So if you have stock, you will have purchased the stock, and that is a cost for you to be able to generate that sale. I hope I've simplified it. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Can you give me an example? I'm a service provider, so I don't have stock. What would be my cost of sale? Can you give me an example?
Okay, for a service provider, I'm just trying to think maybe in terms of architecture.
Here's a nice challenge for you, Mr. Madu.
No, I see. I see
You
it's a
sit
nice
there in the
challenge. This
finance department. Let's see how much you understand our business. Go on.
one.
Remember, we're selling time, so that's a bit of a clue there.
Yes. So, yes, that is correct, VP. So those would be the costs, that the cost where you're now going to be meeting with the client, where you're going to be talking about the plans and everything. So that expenditure that is attributable to you now discussing with the customer about how the plans should be. All those costs that are related to that can be categorized, because those are directly for the generation of your revenue there. That can also be part of those ones that are reflected as the cost of sales or cost of sales.
Perfect. Thank you very much.
Yes, just to jump into there and add to what Mr. Madu is saying, I'm a full-time practitioner. I say that I'm full-time in my practice at SECAP. I'm full heart. So what that actually really means is that you got to figure out what is your hour rate. Your hour rate, it comes from SECAP's government gazette. And also what you think you can work with your clients. It's your hourly rate and that of your staff. And that is your time. The time you applied to that particular project, that is now your cost of, that comes as your cost of sales. So what it took to do that project. So if you now start to think about it, if say your project fees are, now let's break it down to something smaller. This is what I have done. If your project fees, let's say for a residential house or something, are 300,000, then you need to figure out what would you say you would say this is profit. So looking at I sit as chairperson of professional fees, and when we calculate with the actuary, profit is somewhere between, say, 15, 20, 25. Let's say you say, my profit will feel like, if I did well on this project, it should be 20%. Then thereafter, calculate what you think is your 20%, then you put it there. And then you try to work it back with your hourly rates. And then you'll come to see that for this particular project, I must not spend more than X amount of hours on it, or else that means I'm starting to eat into the profit of the business. And that's just a simplified way of you actually seeing, am I making money? Or am I now using my money to fund the client's project? So in a simplified way, that's what it is.
Thank you so much.
Okay, ma'am.
Thank you, VP. Thank you for eloquently answering that. I think it clarifies a lot. And I see that we also have Alet Brendan Camp. So would you like to, or Miss, would you like to unmute? Alet?
Sorry, can you hear me?
Yes, Miss, we can hear you.
Okay, I want to ask something about being an architect specifically. To keep you updated with all the legal bodies you have to register for, it is very expensive per month, per year. And it doesn't really allow for a woman who do it part-time to be an architect. And I think it's a great pity. It's a type of work you could do while raising children, while having other obligations. But the fee structure, the legal obligations that you have to register at SACAP and at SAIAT and at PIA, and you have to pay professional indemnity, and you have to earn SACAP continuous practice CPD points, and you have to have a good computer, and you have to have a good drawing program. If you calculate all those costs, it's very, very expensive. And it makes it more difficult for a woman to be an architect if she's not a full-time architect.
Thank you so much, ma'am. I would like to perhaps ask Mr. Our Chief Financial Officer, Mr. Sekgobola, if he'd like to perhaps comment on that, although we are taking questions that are going to be directly related also to the topics that he has discussed. But can I just leave that question for perhaps anyone in our SACAP panel who would like to perhaps respond to it? I'd like to also just read other questions that we have in our chat box. I see that we have questions from Michelle Khutzia. Hi, if you are a sole prop, can you do your own tax? So that is question number one. I'm going to read 3 at a time. And then we have Irma. Good day. What legal entity is the best for an architectural practice? A relevant question as well. And from Kensani, can architecture software that I pay for monthly be included as a cost of sale? Sir, Mr. Sekgobola, may I please ask you if you could engage us on those 3 questions, and then I'll read the rest once you are done. Thank you, sir.
Mr. Madu, yes, can you answer? I think it's better that we answer those that are the questions that have to do exactly with what you spoke about. And then those of regulatory, we will answer them a little later.
Okay. All right, thank you, Chair. I just want to make sure that I've got the first one correctly, or to do your own text. All right, so it would be best, because as a sole proprietor, then that means you are the company. So basically, for you to be able to do your deductions correctly in putting together your tax return, I think it will always be advisable to have an accountant there to be able to calculate the tax and be able to not make sure that they don't miss any deduction that is due to you at SARS. I think it's always advisable to have a qualified person assisting in that regard. Okay, and then in terms of the best legal entity, yeah, I think this one will depend on the risk that you would want to take, because for example, if you open a PTY limited, a private company, there you've got two separate juristic and a natural person separate from the company, sorry, in that you are able to separate yourself. So meaning if the company has its problems and you end up now having to owe creditors and all that, as long as you've performed your duties in line with Section 78 of the Companies Act, in that you have done everything in the interest of the company, you are separated from that business, in that the liabilities of the business may not always form part of what you need to be paying on a personal capacity. So that one is a separate legal entity where you're just a director of the company. As long as everything is done correctly, then you may be protected from the creditors. Whereas the sole proprietor, there's no separation. You are the company, meaning that you can't say I'm a separate company and then the creditors must deal with the business because you are the business there. So I think for me, I would say it's always advisable to separate. Just have your PTY limited, and in that way you are able to separate yourself from the company. And the one about the license fee that we pay on a monthly basis. So yes, you can reflect that as a cost of sale, but the cost of sale, well, the accountant will just determine if, either way, whether it's reflected under cost of sales or under expenses. But the bottom line is that should be deducted from your income in determining your taxable income at the end of the financial year. It's a deduction that you would want you will be allowed to have. However, it also depends on whether whether you purchased the system or you just purchased the license. If you're just paying a monthly license, then you're good to go to deduct that monthly expenses from your income. But if, for example, if you're going to purchase the system, and that system you're going to be using over a period of time, then that would then need to be capitalized. And then the depreciation or the amortization of that system gets deducted from your income. But I would like to believe that most of the time we just purchase a license from those software providers, and then just pay the license fee. That can also be deducted from the income for tax purposes. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. That is much appreciated. I hope that our questions have been well answered. I know that they have been on my side. Thank you, sir. We'll just take one more hand from the audience. One more hand. If there's one more hand, we have noted all the other questions that are in the chat box, which we will then answer accordingly so that we're able to keep our time in our program. So they will all be answered. Please keep them coming. Is there one more hand in the audience that we are noting? so that we may engage with that hand. I do not see any hands on my side. And so perhaps I'll just read one more question from the chat box. All right.
Okay.
It's
Okay,
from,
will
do we
you
see a
read
hand?
them?
Yes, Miss
Yes.
Shonge,
Or
VP.
do you want to read them or should I help? Okay, here's a question, and then here's a question, ma'am. I'll read just to help you. Okay, and then we can have answer. Here's someone from Geetsy. It says, for micro businesses, having an accountant is quite costly. If their accountants firms, is their accountant or firms that can take into account, especially with CIPC and SAR. Some of these accountants are milking us dry, and it's incredibly frustrating whenever CIPC keeps changing regulations and forcing us to rely on accountants and other people in order to just file annual returns. So maybe, Mr. Maduek, what I can ask you is that, being that a lot of practitioners are small practices, should one be charged the fees of a medium or big practice? Can you be able to negotiate and say, look, can your fee grow with me as I grow? You know, can you help answer that?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Yeah, I think it always helps to negotiate, and maybe not. If you can't afford an accountant or a bookkeeper to record your transactions on a monthly basis, it may help to, like I've indicated, you just keep your information together, and only hire somebody at the end of the financial year to prepare your financial statements and do your CIPC returns and the submissions to SARS. In that way, you know that you're only going to be paying that person for that job and not necessarily on a monthly basis. I think just practice owners will just have to weigh options, because sometimes, on the contrary, you might find that having a bookkeeper and somebody who does your books on a monthly basis, they do that, and also they are able to assist with things like your returns, your VAT returns, and your other submissions to SARS, which surely would require someone with knowledge. You may find that having that person, that very same person, at the end of the financial year, they prepare your financial statements without you having to pay extra. So the key thing there would be to negotiate on a fee that is not too exorbitant, but it's very important to have that person.
Okay. You know, thanks, Mr. Maduela. Just to share a bit of some advice of what I do. Colleagues, women, ladies, do not be afraid to speak. I went to a big accounting firm because I wanted to just sit on the shoulders of giants, and I said to them, look, this is what it is. It is myself only. This is a couple of many years ago. I said, look, I'm alone and my little one assistant. How about you just charge me 1,000 rands, and then as I grow, we can keep adding and we keep adding. And then, you know, they understood, because at the end of the day, they know you're going to grow and they would rather you grow while you're with them. So do not be afraid to just give it as it is. You just say, look, my operation has nothing. There's really not much happening. But just keep me, we're going to grow, and then your money will become more. So that's the benefit of being able to have that accountant with you the entire time. Ms. Nondu, are we still on time, or we can be able to take another question?
We are now done with our questions. Thank you so much, VP. But every question is relevant and every question will be answered. It's just for time's sake, we need to be able to move accordingly. Thank you so much, Mr. Maduela. We appreciate you, sir. Sahabola. You've taught us a lot today, how to read our annual financial statements, about compliance. You've mentioned something very key. You said that right at the end, you said compliance builds a credibility, it prevents fines and penalties, and prevents missed projects. I love that one also because we shouldn't be our own barriers to access to markets. And it also propels women architects to grow to greater heights. So we really appreciate you, and we wish that we could have more time going through things. These financial aspects of businesses sometimes are very problematic and challenging to many of us who don't really know how to articulate the language. So thank you very much for walking us through. And it's been a great session and a very informative one. Thank you, SACAP. As you've promised, today is going to be a day of empowerment as you're transforming us. And we know that by the end of this long day ahead, we are not going to walk out of here the same. So on that note, may we please take a short body break. Right now it is 10 to 11, 10:55. May we please be back at, I'd say, 11:05. So we'll take 10 minutes break and be back on our program. Thank you very much. Greetings, greetings, greetings. Greetings all, greeting to all. We are back. We are back live for another very, very, very power-packed session. And it's a gift. It's another gift from SACAP for today. As we welcome our next speaker, who is Ms. Nonhlanhla Portia Ngakane, who is going to be our ISO facilitator. Ms. Nonhlanhla Portia Ngakane is an ISO expert with more than 20 years experience in various ISO management systems. Having worked for 2 international companies, she's been able to obtain some global and international exposure in ISO management systems and is also competent and experienced in more than 6 different ISO management systems. She started her own consultancy in 2019, which achieved ISO 9001 2015 certification in 2021, which was a milestone achieved during COVID-19. Her consultancy is a corporate member of various professional bodies such as SAATCA and SAOSH. More of these will be found in the profile that's been shared with you. She's also an associate tutor for one of Big 5 certification bodies globally. British Standards Institution, which is BSI, in different ISO management systems. She is passionate about ISO management systems, which is something that we would really love to hear about, since it becomes another language challenge for us. Finances, ISO, we are really getting empowered in areas that seem kind of gray to us as architects. So, Ms. Ngakane, may I please hand over to you if you're ready to present to us? Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Nondumiso. When people speak of the 20 years plus experience, I'm like, yeah, I'm old. Okay, before I start, good morning, beautiful ladies. Happy Women's Month, happy day, happy life, happy everything. Before I start, can we just, wherever we are, can we just give ourselves a warm hug and appreciate our womanhood and thank the universe for waking us up today, and thank the universe for allowing us this opportunity to learn. I learned a lot in the financial session, and I have a lot of questions to ask my accountant. And thank you very much to the speaker. Right, as Nondumiso said, my name is Portia. I'm in consulting. I consult in ISO management systems. I'm currently an associate tutor with BSI, one of the Big 5 certification bodies globally. Right, let's go. Anyone, what do we see here? What's the first thing that comes to mind when you see the slide? Anyone?
We see chaos.
Chaos. Mm-hmm. Anything else?
An architectural firm. Yeah.
An architectural firm. Okay, I'll take that.
I think we thrive in chaos.
Right. Okay, let me just do a quick housekeeping. As my son would say, I have what we as ladies call a natural heater. I'm at that stage of a woman. Women will know. So please don't mind me now and again just wiping my face. It comes with being a woman, and I'm actually embracing it. So yeah, it is what it is. Please don't mind me when you see me wiping my face now and again. This natural heater doesn't say when it's coming. It just comes and then it switches off and then it comes again. So yeah, it is what it is. Yeah, chaos. There's chaos here. And ISO 9001 says, let's take this off. You don't need to have chaos when you are running a business or you are running your practice. And ISO 9001 says, let's put things together. Let's standardize how your practice does things. Let's create order. Because the reason you opened that practice was to serve your clients. And 99.9% of the time when there is chaos like this, serving your client could be very difficult and almost impossible. So let's take care of the chaos and create a system of how we do things in our practices. So what is this ISO 9001? And as Nondomiso said, I deal with different ISO management systems, but for the purposes of this session, I'll speak to the quality management system. There's a health and safety management system, ISO 45001. There's an environmental management system, ISO 14001, and so on and so on. But we will today talk about ISO 9001. So this is an international standard. You can use it anywhere in the world, and I've done that. It was published by ISO. ISO is a body in Switzerland who put these systems together. And ISO stands for International Organization for Standardization. They standardize, or they attempt to assist businesses to standardize how they do things. And you'll see as we go on. And ISO says, as you are in your process of planning for constructing this huge building, you plan. And ISO says, as you are in the activities, the results should be consistent to what was required by your customer. Different customers have different requirements. You get different specifications from different customers. So by implementing this system in your organization, you know already that as we are doing this, as I'm speaking to this planner, as I'm speaking to this interior designer, there's the outcome that I intend to achieve based on the specification you received from your customer. ISO 9001 says, satisfy your customer or your client. This standard is customer focused. It speaks directly to who you are serving in your practice. And then it also assists with doing things efficiently. And yes, attaining customer satisfaction. So I've already said it's customer focused. The whole standard, all the clauses in this standard speaks to the customer. How does your practice ensure that the customer is satisfied? Did you meet the requirements of your customer or your client? Did you work according to your customer specifications? That's one. So this standard is all about the customer. We are all in business to satisfy customers. Those customers pay our bills at the end of the month. So this standard assists your practice to meet the requirements of the customer. That's why it's a customer-focused standard. And then clause 5.3 speaks to roles, responsibilities, and authorities. Everyone in your organization should understand, one, their role. Two, their responsibilities. What do they wake up every day to do from Monday to Friday? Those must be made very clear. The previous speaker spoke of employment contracts when you were speaking to salaries. And this clause says, do you have an agreement with the people you've hired? And that's an employment contract. And that speaks directly to the law, your Basic Conditions of Employment Act. So you must have an agreement between you and your employee, and they must understand exactly what their responsibilities are. Again, when I look at the chaos slide, I could interpret that somebody doesn't understand what they are doing. Somebody doesn't understand their responsibilities. So do people in your practice know what they were hired for? So that there's no confusion. You know, you do A, B, C, all the way to J. Those are your daily responsibilities. And then as the owner of the business, you will give somebody authority within your practice. You will say, okay, HR manager, you have authority to do 1, 2, 3. Purchasing, you have authority to sign for any procurement of less than 50,000 rand. Anything above 50,000 rands, I need to co-sign with you. You are giving somebody power to do things on your behalf. Yes, you will check maybe at the end of the month to reconcile. But you delegate so that you are given time as the owner of the practice to be strategic and to look for business. Therefore, you give authority to somebody internal to say, based on your experience, based on your competency, based on your qualifications, and I am giving you authority to do 1, 2, 3, 4. This standard speaks to that. So it says, as an employer, identify the roles you require, the responsibilities, and the authorities. All these three speak directly to the Basic Conditions of Employment Act, which is a legal requirement. Right. And then ISO 9001 also assists with retaining organizational knowledge. And I've come across this so many times. We run our small businesses. We are so dependent on this one person who has the skills, the knowledge, the experience, and everything, and then they leave. They move to greener pastures. What happens to you? So how do you retain organizational knowledge as the owner of this practice? Very important, because people come and go. I was complaining to somebody saying, you know, I'm so tired of employing people, training them, giving them the knowledge, giving them the skill, and then once they think they are sorted, they leave the organization. And they know I can't match the big company they are moving to. They know I can't match that. So ISO 9001 says retain organizational knowledge. And we will speak to that later, how we can retain organizational knowledge as we run our practices. And then standardization. There is a standard way of doing things in our practice. When we purchase, for an example, we know this is the process we follow. ISO 9001 is a process-driven standard. What process do we follow when we purchase? What process do we follow when we appoint contractors? You deal with contractors. There must be a standard way of doing your activities within the organization, so that there is uniformity. You know, you have a project in KZN. The project in KZN and the project in Joburg, the process is the same. You know, when you appoint a contractor, there is step 1, there is step 2, there is step 3. You request for their competencies, you sign an SLA, and. There is a uniform way of doing things within the practice. And this standard guides you on how to do that. I've already spoken to consistency. As you are in your activities as an architecture, you know the bigger picture, you have a vision of what you want to achieve. And that must be consistent with the specification from your customer. Because we work with customers, we work with clients. So what does the client want? And there's a clause again that speaks directly to customers. As you see at the end of the ISO 9001, there's a year there. There's 2015. These standards change. They get amended. I started with the ISOs in the early 2000s. And I remember at the time, we were using the 2008 standard in ISO 9001. Now we are in 2015, and they are busy revising 2015. It looks like next year, 2026, we're going to have an ISO 9001 2026 standard. So they change, they get revised, and we have to make sure that we acclimatize ourselves with the changes that have been implemented by ISO. So the 2015 standard is a risk-based approach, which we never had when I started. There was no risk in ISO 9001. So when they published the 2015 standard, we were like, we thought risk was only in health and safety. No, there's business risks. Your practice, your entity has a lot of risks. And the standard says, identify and mitigate those risks before they occur. This standard says, what can go wrong here? And should it go wrong, how do I control it? So it says, think risk and think more risk. As you are looking at your planning process, for an example, you know that you don't have internal planners, so you depend on external planners that do the planning for you. What can go wrong there? Because now you've outsourced this planning process. And the standard says, think what can go wrong there and mitigate before it even happens. What would happen if the planner is now not available for whatever reason? What would you do? That shouldn't stop your project. You should have, the standard says you should have thought of that risk and you should have put mitigations in place to say, should my outsourced process, which is planning, should my planner not be available for whatever reason, I have plan B. So I have 3 planners that I work with. So that if my preferred one is not available, there is plan B. And if plan B is not available, there is plan C. So ISO 9001 2015 says, think what can go wrong and mitigate before it goes wrong. Don't be reactive. Be proactive and think of anything that can go wrong in the business and put mitigations in place so that when it happens, you know what you had planned to do should that risk occur. Right. And the standard is huge on improvement. In clause 10, they call it continual improvement. You improve continuously as a practice. Don't be stagnant. That's what the standard says. Again, the previous speaker spoke to the comparisons in your financial statements of the previous year's revenue and this year's revenue. So now you are going through your financial statements and this year you dropped. This standard says, what opportunity do you have to improve your revenue? Now you've gone through your financial statements with your accountant. And yes, it's obvious there was a drop in income. The standard says, think of new opportunities. What else can you do that you are currently not doing to increase your revenue? So we think risk, what can go wrong, and we mitigate. And there is risk everywhere and all the time. As you leave home, getting into your car, there's risk. Driving on the road, there's risk. So the standard says, think what can go wrong. And should that occur, should things go wrong, what's plan B? We had a glitch this morning when we started. And the lady had plan B of how to log in. Life happens. Life happens to all of us. If she didn't have plan B, she wouldn't have been able to log in. So the risk was identified there. And she was able to mitigate quickly and join the session. On the opportunities side, what can we do that we are currently not doing? Or what can we do better based on the last project? We'll get to a slide where we measure our performance. And I know we don't do that. How did the business do in this project? We have finished this project, we got paid. What lessons did we learn? What did we do good and what went wrong? And how do we handle what went wrong going forward? Because we're going to get another project. So we don't want what happened wrong in the previous project to recur. So the standard says, measure your monitor and measure your performance. Once the project is done, sit down with the team. I call it post-mortem. Okay, team, we are done. We've been paid. Everybody is happy. Right, now let's dissect. How did we do in this 18 months project? Where were the problems? Where were the issues? Where did we struggle? And what did we do well? What went well? From where things went wrong, that's where you learn and you implement opportunities, improvement opportunities that you didn't do in the previous project. That's why things went wrong. You learn, we call it lessons learned. Learn from your projects. Do a post-mortem. Sit with the team and dissect what happened during the project, good and bad. And from the bad, you learn and you implement new opportunities for you to improve. Right. The standards, all the ISO standards use what we call the PDCA cycle. And we'll go through the PDCA cycle. The first thing you do, you plan. When you get the tender, you plan. And I like this saying, if you fail to plan, you are planning to fail. You plan. The first thing you do, what people do I need? Financial resources. How much time do I need? Which processes am I going to outsource? Who am I going to get externally to do interior design for me? You plan. Before you do anything, before you are even on site, you plan. And in ISO, we say, if you fail to plan, you are planning to fail. And I always say to people, take time to plan. Because once you get your planning right, your implementation is going to be very easy. You've put everything in order. You know what comes first, second, third, and so on and so on. You've planned. And once you get your planning straight, The do is going to be very easy because you've got your plan in place. So ISO says you plan, and once you are satisfied with the plan, you do what you planned to do. And as you are doing, as you are implementing, you check the C of the PDCA cycle. You check. Are we doing right? Is this as per the customer specification? Are these measurements correct? You check yourself as you are doing. So in your space, you will decide your internal checks. When do you do your checks as an architecture? The plans are there. Everything has been approved. The building is starting. They're busy with the foundation. When do you, who got the tender or who got the project from your client? When do you check? You need to have those internal controls in place. And your contractor must know that when we get to this stage, we wait for an inspection. We call those hold points in construction. Or you could have a QCP, a quality control plan. They know once they are done with the foundation, somebody needs to come check, approve, or say, no, there you did wrong, you need to correct that, and you are in the checking phase. Don't wait for the building to go all the way up. And then problems only come at that stage. It's too late. So internally, you put your checks in place to say, when we get to this stage, we are going to check. Then we approve, and then you move on. And then again, when we get to this stage, we check. So the contractor who is busy with the construction on site, they must know that this is a checkpoint. We can't continue until this phase has been checked, is correct, it's signed off, you have your documentation in place, whoever has authority to sign your QCP or your checkpoint signs off, and then you move on. When we check the C of the PDCA cycle, where there are issues, we act on those issues. I can't see my pen. So where there are deviations in the checking phase, we are checking against this drawing. And as we measure, the physical measurements are not talking to what is on the drawing. And the drawing is your customer specification. Then things have gone wrong there. You act on that before you proceed. That's what the PDCA cycle is. And all the ISO management standards speak to this cycle that we call the PDCA cycle. You plan, you do, you check, and you act. Before you do anything, you plan. There is even a clause dedicated to planning in the standard. That's how important planning is. Maduele, I'm not sure if you're still in the room. You want to go to Mauritius. What do? You are planning with your family. December, we want to go to Mauritius. What do? Maduele, doesn't look like he's in.
Yes, I'm here.
Yep. You are planning to go to Mauritius in December. What do?
You need to budget for that.
What else?
Yeah, obviously planning goes with the budget. And all the activities that you are going to undertake, you need to make sure that they are covered in your budget.
Yes.
And put
That's
money
planning.
aside.
We plan in our personal lives. And ISO 9001 says, plan for your business. Plan for that big project you signed off. We do that personally. So you plan how much money are we going to need for this big trip? What excursions are we going to do in Mauritius? You Google, you check what you can do in Mauritius. Flights, accommodation, and weather, and so on and so on. That's all part of planning for your trip. You are planning. And ISO says, do that in your business as well. You are tendering for this project. It gets awarded to your practice. You plan. Okay, so we've got this tender. Do we have the resources? Do we have human resources? Do we have finances? Do we have people we can outsource to? Do we have time? Time is a resource. How much time is this project going to take us? What does the customer say? When do they want us to be done by? Can we do this by that expected delivery date? That's all part of your planning before you even start with the construction. So the PDCA cycle is a huge part of ISO. And all the ISO standards I'm involved in, and I'm involved in, I think 8 or 9, all of them have the PDCA cycle. And planning is the big part. And once you've got your planning right, the implementation, the doing, the D of the cycle becomes very easy. And as you do, you continuously check. You know your profession. You know what needs to be checked when, how, and by whom. You plan for all those things, especially if you are outsourcing those services. Do I have the right people? Do I have the competent people? In which projects have these people worked in? And so on and so on. That's all part of planning. And as you check and things are not as per the customer's drawing, you act on those deviations. And I always say, once you understand the PDCA cycle, you understand ISO. And this cycle applies to all your processes. All your business processes, from sales to purchasing, to designing, to planning, and. This cycle applies everywhere. As owners, as practitioners, how do you benefit by implementing ISO 9001:2015? 1, you reduce waste and defects. And please note, time is a resource we cannot afford to waste. Because you have promised your client that you will deliver by this date. Now you need to go and apply for an extension. They might say, okay, there was too much rain. No, we understand. Okay, we'll give you a 3-month extension. Are you going to make it in those 3 months extended? So ISO 9001:2015 reduces defects and waste. Because why? You have a standard way of doing things. You've documented your procedures. Everybody knows this is step 1, step 2, step 3, step 4. We stop here, we check. It's approved, we move on. Step 5, step 6, and so on and so on. We stop here, somebody comes and checks, we move on. And ISO increases your return on investment, your ROI. Every business owner I know wants to make money. You invest in your business. Even worse, when you have investors, people who have invested in your business, you need to make that money. Because your shareholders, your directors, and you want a return on your investment. And when we invest as business owners, we don't only invest money, we invest time. And time is money. Somebody has said to me recently, hey, Ndlandla, when you're always working, even on Saturdays and Sundays. And I said, yeah, unfortunately, I don't have the joy of being paid a salary every month. I mean, I'm investing my time. And at the end of my financial year, I want to see the returns of me working over weekends, of me working overnight. ISO assists your practice in retaining your existing customers and getting new customers. In the last 3-4 years, we are noticing that clients now want to audit you before they do work with you. They want to come in, check your books, check how you do things. Do you have documented processes? Do you have policies? How do you onboard your new employees, and so on and so on? Do you have signed employment contracts, and so on and so on? And it's becoming a norm for your potential clients to come and audit you before they do business with you. And that could be a contract that could change your life. Are you ready for that audit? Is the order in your practice, not that previous slide? If I were to come and audit you, I'm building a house somewhere, and I need an architecture to help me with that process. And I come into your business and I see what we saw in that first slide. There's no way I would work with you. Because the first thing I would have seen is just chaos, as somebody said. And I don't think I want to work with people where there's chaos. So it's becoming a norm that potential customers audit us before they do business with us. It is becoming a norm. Also, word of mouth. Let me tell you, 80% of my business is word of mouth. Somebody tells somebody, and somebody tells somebody, somebody calls me, Portia, I got your number from so-and-so. 80% of my business. How do you make your customers feel? Do you deliver? And do you deliver as per their specification? And the more you deliver, the more you satisfy your customer, the more you meet your customer needs and their expectations as per the specification they gave to you, they will refer you. They will get you more business. And I'm saying that from experience. Word of mouth goes a long way. You know, when we see them playing golf there, those big guys with their white wara, they're talking business there. One CEO says, hey, you know, one of our customers wants us to be ISO certified. Hey, I don't know this ISO thing. Gandhi is speaking to my client. And my client says, oh, no, you want to implement ISO 9001? No, there's a lady I dealt with. Call me. Call me later. I'll give you her number. I've gotten business like that. So do you deliver to your customers? And do you deliver as expected to your customers? This standard guides you on how to get to that point. And you'll have positive operational results. your market share will increase. And when your market share increases, your profits increase. Because remember, we want to make money. Every business owner wants to make money. And your shareholders or your investors, they want good dividends at the end of the financial year. And one of the main benefits of ISO is business continuity. Again, we go back to dependency. You are depending on this one person who is excellent. They know your practice in and out. And then they leave. And usually people like those give 24-hour notice or immediate effect. What do you do? How do you continue? How does the business continue? Because that shouldn't stop the business from continuing. Therefore, the standard says, watch your dependency on your employees and your collaborators, the external service providers you work with. Watch your dependency. And how do you do that? We'll talk to that in a slide coming. Yes, please, we need money. And ISO 9001, I can't even express it because I experienced it. When we got certified in 2021, during COVID, I was like, you know what? I have time. I'm going for this certification. I was a one-man business. I was alone at the time. And I sat and I went through everything I do. And I said, no, I'm going for certification. When I got the certificate, the business changed 360 with no effort. I remember one MD, I was doing a presentation and I had put ISO 9001 certification in the last slide. And I did the presentation, and then the last slide, I spoke to the company being ISO 9001 certified. You know what that old man said to me? Portia, move that slide. That must be your first slide. Had you told us about your certification in the beginning, I wouldn't have listened to all the other things. Why? Because they know when you are certified, there's a way the business is doing things. There's no chaos. There's a standard way that the business does what they do. There's uniformity. If you are working in Cape Town and you are working in Joburg and you are working in KwaZulu-Natal, in all these three, there's a uniform way the practice is doing things, irrespective of where the project is. And that uniform way ensures that you meet the requirements of your customer. Risk. I've already spoken to risk. What can go wrong in the business? You are running your practice. What can go wrong in your business? Anyone? Anyone?
Ma'am, here's
Yes.
something that could possibly go wrong that I would think could happen in other architectural offices is that you find sometimes maybe a principal can hire somebody who has software knowledge that the principal doesn't have. Like in my practice, we use ArchiCAD. And it has happened at times that my staff works on Revit, which is a tool that I don't know. And then maybe say after you've been with this person for about 2 years, they need to leave, life happens, they leave. Now that is risk for an architecture practice. Let's talk about that. And remember now, that file that was created by this person is in that software, but the project might still be going on.
Excellent example. Now that you've identified that risk, Ms. Shong, how do you mitigate it? Now that you know that that could go wrong, what mitigations have you put in place?
Ma'am, I can tell you that what I do is I just ensure that every time that they're working, they are saving that current version. So I'm always having the current file. But I don't know. It's just that I actually haven't run into a risk where I need to go back into that file again and yes. But all I can have is that I can just have that full current file. But if I need to now stand in and help to have my own back, the issue is that I won't be able to manipulate it unless I now employ another person who knows that particular project. So I think the only thing I can do is to make sure that when that person is in my employ, they are moving as quickly as I can through the work so that they finish it before they end up exiting.
Unfortunately, you can't control their exit.
Yes, I can't. I still can't.
Yes, and that's a big risk, and that's a very good example. Thank you.
Another one on the chart says clients paying late.
Yes. That's your cash flow risk. That's a very serious risk. So how do you mitigate that risk? You know your clients pay late. We know with the tenders and stuff, we get late payments if you are in the tendering space. So whilst you are waiting for your payment, your employees are not going to wait for their salaries. They want to be paid at the end of the month. Your office rent is not going to wait for you to get paid. You must pay your rent monthly. You have travel expenses, petrol. You need to take your car for service, and so on and so on. So how do you mitigate your cash flow risk? The standard says, think of all those things before they occur. Because once they occur and you are not ready, you panic. You panic.
Is anybody that can be able to share advice on that? On good practice that they have perhaps done that you can share on this platform?
Yes, thank you, VP. I was just about to ask because Erica had stated the comment on the chat about clients paying late. Maybe Erica may want to just make a suggestion on how that risk could be mitigated. Erica.
Erica, can you give us some clues on how you mitigate the late payments risk?
All right.
Through you, Chair.
Yes, please.
Should we allow her to, should we unmute her?
Yes.
Yes, please.
Yes, please. Go ahead. Yes.
She says she needs an answer. She needs the answer herself.
She has been unmuted.
Hi, I don't know if people can hear me.
We can hear you. Yes, we hear you, Erica.
Yeah, this is a question that I need answer myself because as a sole proprietor, it is very challenging to somehow people take you more seriously if you are in an office and you've got people working for you, then they think, okay, it's a business, you can't wait. Where if you're a single person, then they think, no, you can wait, you know, your expenses is not that much, it's just you and your laptop, and they think you've got no overheads. So yeah, so that is, I know frugal living and try not to spend until you wait for your income, that is wise, but sometimes, you know, it creates sleepless nights.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's true. And people will always say, don't spend what you don't have. Sometimes it's not possible, especially when you are running a practice, when you're running a business. But yeah, that could be a risk you identify. You need to come up with controls. How are you going to mitigate this risk should it happen? What we do, because we have up months and down months. So when months are up, that money we don't waste. We put that money aside because you never know what's going to happen in the next 3 months. So we make sure that at least there is X amount in the bank every month, which can cover our expenses minimally for 3 months. You can get a bank loan. Yes, Ms. Shongwe?
Erica and other colleagues, pre-COVID, my practice was about 8 people. And we thrived quite well with salaries being paid every month, and we never missed a month. And I realized what was helpful is that, and I will also answer the one with the one practitioner. What is helpful is that I would issue out an invoice about 45 days ahead of when I want it in, meaning I would tell the client it's payable in 30 days, but issue it 45 days and then give myself a mental space, also note it down that I'm expecting this within 45 days. And then what also helps is that if you try to issue about 2 to 3 or 4 invoices, no matter how small the projects are, then the payments will come, and they will come at different times. Yes, irregularly, but they will come. Another thing that I have found to be extremely helpful that I learned from my father, who is a QS and owns a practice, he once said to me, every project must pay for itself, meaning do not staff a project that has not yet started paying for itself. If the project is not paying, then you don't do anything. You actually fold you rather put up your feet or go and play with your children or something like that. That will always keep you from going into the red or using another project's money to fund this current project. And also Ms. Portia is very Ms. Nonhlanhla is her other name is Portia, is also very correct to say have several different bank accounts. One where you put SARS tax money, the other one is where you bank your surplus. I used to call it surplus. If you get a payment and then you always have one where you put your big batch of fees that have come in, and then your other will be operations, and then maybe the other one is your salary. Then you always have your back, and you will always be able to have money to carry on and fund your operations. When there's no payment coming in, you relax. You really relax and keep to the second stages. That is your biggest risk, is drawing too far ahead. You stop at the risk, you get paid. You don't get paid, you relax and you work on the next project.
Yeah. Very true.
Thank you. Thank you so much, VP, for that. And I think that's very insightful. Ms. Ngakane, we can tell you many stories and scenarios. Can we allow you to please continue your presentation, and then we will take all the questions and comments at the end, because if you open the door for us, it's going to be tough to close. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, right. So think risk. What can go wrong? And should this go wrong, how do I mitigate that risk? Because the business needs to continue. And then ISO 9001:2015 speaks of interested parties. Who are the interested stakeholders in this practice? SACCUP is one of them. SACCUP is a regulatory body that you belong to. And they have their terms and conditions. Do you understand their terms and conditions? So clause 4.2 speaks directly to your interested stakeholders, internally and externally. So you define your interested stakeholders and you risk assess. Example, what would go wrong if I don't pay my membership fees to SACCUP? I don't know if there's membership fees, I'm just making an example. What would happen if I'm not in good standing with this regulatory body? I'm sure there are consequences. Now you are completing this document, and this document is very specific. It says you must be a member of SACCUP. Now you can't submit because you are not in good standing with them. So that risk could affect your business. Somebody earlier spoke about CPD points in one of the videos. It was Kaylee. What would happen if I don't collect enough CPD points for the year? We go through the same in ISO. We have to have an X amount of CPD points based on our audits and our training and per year. And if we don't, we could lose the membership. Why? Because they want continual improvement of their auditors or their ISO experts and so on and so on. They want to make sure that you continually improve, you continually learn. Yes, it's expensive, but at the end of the day, it benefits you as the owner of the practice because you learn continuously. So ISO 9001 says, understand the needs and expectations of your interested parties, your clients, your suppliers. Who do you buy from when you have this big project? Your employees are an interested internal stakeholder. Your investors, your shareholders, your directors are your internal. And your shareholders and your directors, they want a return on their investments. That's all they want. The government, the previous speakers spoke to VAT and financial statements. Those are legal requirements. Therefore, the government is interested in any business I know. And all the government wants from us is to comply. They want compliance. Therefore, what could go wrong if you are non-compliant? The standard says, think risk. If I don't comply, I've identified the government as one of my interested stakeholders externally. They want me to comply. So what's the risk if I don't comply? I might not get jobs with the government. I might not get projects. Not only with the government in that case. Now, potential customers want us to send them that SARS PIN. When we used to call it, I can't remember. Now they call it a PIN that shows that you are up to date with SARS, with your VAT, with your financial statements, with your submissions, and. Because if you don't, you will not get that business that you so need. So the standard says, brainstorm and think who are interested stakeholders in this business. And once you've identified your stakeholders, the standard says, risk assess. What are the risks? If you collaborate with other external people, like your planners, your interior designers, you outsource those services. Those are your interested parties. They're interested in making money with you, in building a business relationship with you. Now, the risk, what would happen if they are not available? Do you have plan B? So the standard says, think risk, think what can go wrong and mitigate, be proactive, don't be reactive. And then the standard speaks of processes. This is where we speak of retaining organizational knowledge. The standard, almost every clause in the standard speaks about processes. What are your processes? As a practice? And I always recommend document them. Document your processes so that you are able to hire somebody tomorrow and they read what they need to do. You are not dependent on somebody. You standardized and you documented. So there is a procedure or a standard operating procedure, as we call it, of planning in our practice. When we plan, we do A, this, B, this, C. It's documented. It's available for anybody within the organization. When we tender, we have a tendering procedure. There is standard, uniform steps we follow when we tender. A, we do this, B, C, D. It's documented, it's available to anybody. That's how you retain organizational knowledge and you allow business continuity. You don't want the business to be disrupted because somebody has resigned. It shouldn't be like that. I'm huge on documenting processes. Put them on paper so that everybody knows what to do. You get a new person, they go through the procedure. Your purchasing officer is off sick. They're in hospital for 6 weeks. Your purchasing is not going to wait for 6 weeks. Somebody within the business should be able to take the purchasing procedure and follow the steps, A, B, C, D, as per the procedure. When I get here, it must be approved. And then I must complete this. I must document your procedures. It will make your life so easy. It shouldn't be on the cloud. I have a client that likes saying, it's on the cloud. No, put it on paper. So that we all know what to do. If somebody is absent, if somebody is not available, if somebody won't be available for the next 2 weeks, that project you are busy with is not going to wait for 2 weeks. The work needs to continue. So make things easy for everybody and document what you do. Put it on paper and simplify it and communicate it and make it available to the people within the company. And again, we risk assess our processes. What can go wrong in purchasing? Fraud is a big risk in procurement. So as a practice, as you are writing your purchasing procedure, you sit and you identify the risks that can occur in that process. And you say, how do I mitigate fraud? So you look at the bigger picture, at the business risks, mainly based on your interested stakeholders. And then as you are writing your processes, identify risks and put mitigations in place before things go wrong. Who do I give authority in this purchasing process? How much can they sign for without me? When do I check and reconcile the receipts and the bank account? You need to put those controls in place. Make sure that when you write your processes, again, think risk and mitigate before it occurs. Right. Clause 4 speaks about the organization, your practice. What do you do? Where do you do it from? Who do you do it for? In which industries are you playing? Are you residential? Are you commercial? I know there's different types of architects. So where's your space? And in your space, what are the regulatory and statutory requirements applicable to your business? SACCUP is a regulatory body. So definitely they would be an interested party in your business. Do you understand the regulations that are applicable to your business from SACCUP? And how do you ensure compliance? How do you make sure that as a business, you are in good standing with this regulatory body? And then there's the law. The law is mandatory. We don't have a choice there. One, do you know what laws are applicable to your business? The standard says, identify them. The previous speaker spoke to the Companies Act. That's a law that's applicable to us who have registered our companies with the CIPC. The VAT Act is applicable to us who pay VAT. So do you know the statutory requirements that are applicable to your practice? What is applicable to Architecture A might not be applicable to Architecture B. So when we do these things, look at your business, your practice. And I always say, be very careful when you copy and paste. We see it all the time. Somebody gets some document, ISO 9001 documents from another architect, and they copy and paste exactly. And then Portia comes to audit. And then I ask questions, but this is not applicable to you. Why is it here? So make it applicable to you as a business. How do you do what you do? Document that. Put it on paper. What records do you require? When an inspector goes to site after the foundation, before they continue, let's say one of the checkpoints was once they've completed the foundation, the inspector needs to go there and check and then approve for them to continue. How do you do that? It can't be word of mouth. It can't be verbal. Yeah, that's the right word. It can't be verbal. Because the inspector is saying, I've checked everything, I'm happy with everything, you can continue. How do you prove that when they get to roof level and things are not right? You need to go back to the inspector and say, can I see your inspection records? How did you sign this off? Because remember, when you get that project as an organization, your client is dealing with you. Your client is dealing with your practice, not with whoever you have outsourced to. The client is not interested in those people. So you need to be able to answer to your client. That's why external service providers are a huge part of our interested parties. Because we outsource to them. They do things on our behalf. The contract between the client is between the client and your practice, not your contractor. So everything that goes wrong, the client is going to come back to you. So whatever you do with your contractor, especially records, you need to make sure that you've kept those records safe, so that you are able to go back. Should you need to trace something, you have records that you can use for traceability. So let's move away from agreeing verbally. Yeah, no, everything is fine. They can continue. And then you get to roof level, there is big problems. The wall is not straight. The cement that they are using is not as per what required by the customer. What do you do as the person who was awarded the project? So keep records. Records are very important. And the previous speaker spoke to financial records, and he stressed the importance of financial records. Now we are speaking business records, your operations. Do you keep records of what you do? When was this approved? By whom? Did that person have authority to sign that off? Keep records. And the standard is huge on documentation, especially on records. So how do you do what you do as a business? Put it on paper and simplify it and communicate it to the relevant people. Regulatory compliance. I gave an example of SACCUP. These terms and conditions that you need to make sure that you comply with from the body to ensure that you are always in good standing with them. So understand the compliance requirements by SACCUP, which is your professional body. Understand what they require from you so that you know where you need to comply. And there's also standards. You need to conform to standards. One of the standards I can think of on top of my head in your space would be the SANS 10400, the building standard, the South African National Standard 10400. It speaks directly to construction. That's one of the requirements you need to make sure that your contractor complies with. And there's laws, your construction regulations are the main laws that are applicable in construction. The contractor that you have appointed, do they comply with the laws as per the construction regulations and the SANS 10400? You, as the appointed practice, needs to ensure that your contractor complies with the laws and conforms with the requirements of your client. Then internally, you can have your policies, document your policies. And there's tens and tens of policies. Your sick leave policy, your bereavement policy, your quality policy. How do you ensure that the practice offers quality services to customers? Document your policies and your regulations. I've already given an example of the construction regulations. It's one of the regulations that would be applicable to you. And then there's a clause that speaks directly to you. Oh, the way we celebrated when this clause was introduced in the 2015 standard. We never had leadership in the previous standards. Now clause 5 says leadership. Here is a clause for you. Show commitment to what is happening in your business. Be committed. Should the business decide to implement ISO 9001 2015, show commitment as a leader of the business. Show support, because you will be required somewhere, somehow during the implementation process. Are you available? Do you provide necessary information? Because some information is high level. You will know that information as a leader. And focus on your customers as a leader. And take accountability for quality within your business. Take accountability for that as a leader of the business. And I like the last one. Set achievable objectives. You as a leader, you know the direction that you want the business to take. You know, in 5 years, I want to be here. In 10 years, I want to be here. I want to be able to do 1, 2, 3, 4. I want the business to have grown by X%, and. You know that because that at the strategic level of the business as a leader. Now you take those strategic objectives, those very high level objectives, and you break them down. You break them down to the different departments in your organization. Say, okay, purchasing, we are setting this objective. You know that objective speaks directly to where you want to go as a business in 5 years. One bite at a time. You set it for 12 months, you see whether it was achieved or not, and then you set another objective that will lead you to where you need to get to in 5 years. So at a high level, you have set objectives or goals you want to achieve in 5 years. Break them down to the different parts of the business. You know you want to have increased your revenue, as an example, by 100%. Therefore, that will speak directly to sales. That's why we have KPIs. Those KPIs, they don't just thumb suck them. They come from the strategic objectives of the business, the strategy of the business. Where is this business going in 5, 10, 20 years? And they set those KPIs to move us closer to that strategy that the business wants to get to. Those KPIs are not, they come from high level and they are broken down into different departments within the organization. And ISO 9001 2015 speaks to that. Set your annual objectives based on the strategy of your business. Say, okay, for me to get here, let's start with this. And let's do this for the next 12 months and see how it goes. You achieve it, you move to the next step next year. You achieve it, you move. You are moving forward to where you want to be in 5, 10, 15 years. The standard guides you to do that. Roles, responsibilities, and authorities, I think I spoke to that earlier on. Now, all these fingers are pointing to this one lady, poor lady. Everyone is saying, you should have done this, you should have done this. No, this is what happens when there are no defined roles, responsibilities, and authorities. You must know in your business who does what. And I see a lot of us just sign employment contracts, very standard from the internet, your employee signs, and then you are done. Where are the responsibilities? What is this person supposed to be doing every day they come to work? That must be made very clear to them. So make sure the responsibilities and where you give authority to a manager, make sure they understand their authority, what they can do and what they cannot. Make sure it's very clear to everybody within the organization. Mainly the responsibilities. When we audit, we still come across companies that have no responsibilities. They have an employment contract, which is very standard from the internet, and there's no responsibilities. And this happens when responsibilities are not defined. This one blames this one because this was not done. This one blames the next one, and so on and so on. Make sure the people understand what they need to do on a daily. Right. Earlier on, I spoke about planning in the PDCA cycle, and I said planning has a clause dedicated to planning, clause 6. And in this clause, you set SMART objectives. Your objectives must be SMART. And by SMART, we mean they must be specific. They must be measurable. You must be able to measure the status of your objective. They must be achievable. Set achievable objectives. Don't set yourself up for failure. Set something you know you can achieve in 12 months. They must be achievable. They must be realistic. I'm not going to wake up tomorrow and say, by the end of the year, I want to have gone to the moon. That's not realistic for me. And they must be time-bound. Every objective you set, you must have a due date. I want to have achieved this by this date. So the small objectives you set based on the strategic direction of the business must be smart. Clause 6 speaks to your goals as an organization, your objectives. What do you want to achieve? So that eventually, in 5 years, you get to the strategic objective of the business. You take that big one and you break it down 1 year at a time. 1 year at a time. At the end of the financial year, you meet with the team sales. Were we able to achieve this objective? Yes, no. If no, why could we not achieve it? You discuss those things with the team. And then you mitigate and control your risk. We've already spoken to risk. So risk is in clause 6 and in clause 4 under the context of the organization. And remember, this is a risk-based standard. You always think, what can go wrong and how do I mitigate it before it even occurs? Should it occur, what will we do as a business? And when you risk assess, the intention is to reduce the impact of this risk to the organization. That's the whole idea of assessing your risk. You want to reduce, should it occur, you are ready so that the impact is not as bad as there were no controls put in place. And the occurrence of a risk could cause change within a business. How do you manage that change as a business? And change alone comes with risk. There's always risk in change. You have new management. That's a risk. They might not get on well with your people. You are introducing a new software. There's risks there. People might not know how to use the new software. People might capture incorrectly. And so on and so on. Those are the risks. Then ISO says, mitigate those risks caused by change. Change comes with risk all the time. You've always had projects in Durban. Now you've got a project in Cape Town. That project in Cape Town comes with risk. Therefore, you sit with the team and you say, okay, team, this is the first time we're going to be working in Cape Town. What are the risks? What could happen there? You will be far away from us here in Joburg. What are the risks? You sit with the team, you discuss those things, and you mitigate. You put controls in place to say, should this occur, this is what the business is going to do. When you assess your risk, you need to come to a point where you rate your risk. Is it low? Is it medium? Is it high? And as a business, you make a business decision how to treat or to control your risks. The bigger the business, most of the time they would say, nah, we'll not deal with risk 1, 2, 4. It's too low for us. We don't have time for that. We will accept that risk. If this occurs because we're rating it low, we'll take that. Big companies do that. And then you have the red risks 9 to 10. Those are high. Those need to be treated. You need to make a business decision. How do we deal with this risk? Our methodology, our risk table says this risk is red. What do we need to do? because red to us is high. Do we tolerate the risk because we need the business? Do we transfer the risk to an external party to do this for us? Do we treat this risk and continue doing whatever with controls in place? You make a business decision. There's different types, there's different levels of risks. So when you conduct your risk assessment, you must identify the risk level. Is it a low risk? Is it a medium risk? Is it a high risk? And you decide as a practice that, okay, the low risks are 1 and 2. We'll take that. Should that, okay, I think we'll be able to deal with that. And then risk 3 and 4, they are low to almost medium. How do we handle that? Should it okay? Maybe let's get insurance and share this risk with insurance so that should flooding occur, then we know that we're going to get some payment from our insurance company. I mean, organizations in KZN, when I'm auditing in KZN, I always look for flooding because there's a history of flooding. In the last 5-6 years, they have had flooding almost every year. So as a business located in Durban, have you identified climate change, flooding as one of your risks? And should that occur, how do you mitigate as a business? Should your office flood, you are next to the beach, and when there's flooding and your office floods, what happens to information? Because there's a lot of information in the office. You decide to save your information on the cloud. Last year we had a crash. I think it was Microsoft for the whole day. Actually, it was 2 days. And it was a mess globally. Airports were stuck. People were stuck in airports for 2 days. Flights couldn't take off because the system was down globally. So where do you save your information? Your business information, your procedures that we spoke to earlier, your records that we say you must always keep. Where are they saved? And will they be available as and when required? Because the standard is very clear. Documented information must be available as and when required. So are you saving on one cloud? Are you saving on I don't know, on the intranet, on the SharePoint, etc., etc.? You make that decision. As long as that information and those records are available as and when they are required. I've already spoken to this documented information. And I like that the previous speaker was speaking finance, he went on and on about documented information, your invoices. I mean, it can sound simple, but we still get people who transact verbally. You can't. Your invoice must be a document. You need to pass a credit note. The credit note must be a document. He spoke about documents need to be supported. Now your accountant has put together your financial statements and SARS says, we are coming to audit you. Do you have evidence of all those expenses that you claimed in your income statement? Do you have evidence of the project that you were busy with, and when they were when they finished the foundation, somebody approved? Do you have evidence of that approval? Your customer specification, you are now done with this urban building. You get an interior designer to come in and do those sexy things they do. How do you feel, the spec, the specification that you received from the customer, how does that information get to the interior designer? Because the interior designer is not going to get there and do what they like. They need to follow the customer specifications. So have you kept kept that record so that you are able to share the customer's needs and expectations with your service provider called the internal designer or interior designer. ISO is big on records. And I need to say this here. Some of the records you deal with are affected by the law. Example, the VAT Act is very specific how long you should keep your records for. The Companies Act is very specific how long some specific company documents, your resolutions, your registration documents, and they are very specific how long those records should be kept for. So bear that in mind with whatever records you generate in your business. Some records have legal requirements. And they are very specific that these should be kept for 30 years. I also do health and safety. I know, as an example, medicals in a construction site. When we do medicals for the people in the construction site, those medicals must be retained for 30 years, 30. It's a legal requirement in the Occupational Health and Safety Act. So when the person leaves the organization, it doesn't mean you can now dispose of those medicals. The Act is very clear. Those medicals shall be retained for 30 years. We know, we've seen it all over in the media. Our old grandfathers who worked for the mines, now they are sick in their old age. They have asbestosis. And they are now suing the mines. They want to be paid because they say they got this disease when they were working at this mine. They were inhaling asbestos every day. Now they have chest issues, lung issues, and the diagnosis says asbestos was inhaled for a long period. Now, when those people sue the mines need to have a record that when you left, here is our medical certificate. You left 30 years ago and you were declared fit and healthy. So be very careful of those because your employees can come back and sue you 10, 20 years down the line and say they got this disease from the time they were employed by your organization or your practice. So when the records that you generate as a business, please consider the law because some records are governed by statutory requirements. Records must be available as and when they are required. Let me tell you, when I audit and I'm looking for a record and you click and you click and you stand up, you go to the shelf, you come back, I'm done. I'm like, can we move on? Because you are not conforming to the requirement that says records shall be available as and when they are required. It's a requirement of ISO. So you should know when I click here, this is what I'll get. When I click here, this is the record that I will get. And we use these records for traceability. You might need to trace back. You finished the project 8 years ago. The client comes back and complains about something. There are cracks in the building. The client comes back 8 years after. You need those records. And you need to be able to trace back, say, okay, what happened here? What type of cement was used? Done. So records also assist with traceability. And please, the retention periods, very, very important. Some retention periods are based on the law. I know VAT and SARS, 5 years minimum. So before you dispose of some records, make sure that you have checked what the law says about those documents. And when you dispose, how do you dispose of your documents? Can't put them in the dustbin. There's people who go through dustbins for information. Remember, you have competitors. You have people who want to know, why is she so successful? How does she do what she does? You can't give your intellectual property for free, as easy as that. Put it in the bin. Somebody's gonna get hold of that. So secure the confidentiality of your information. Who is your information available to? And when you have reached the life of that document, what happens to that document? How do you dispose of it? Do you shred it, which is the most common way of destructing documents? You can't throw your documents as they are in the bin. Somebody's gonna get hold of that. You safeguard the confidentiality, the integrity, and the availability of your documented information and your records. Some information that you deal with is extremely confidential, and you need to safeguard that confidentiality. Those drawings from your customer, those building plans, you need to safeguard their confidentiality in such a way that now when we sign SLAs with new customers, there is a confidentiality clause in the service level agreement of how you are signing, you are committing that you will handle their information, their confidential information in a safe way. Information is money. And these people who want information. Your competitors want your information. Your competitors want your procedures. Your competitors want your clients. A list of your clients. Why is she so successful? How does she do this? They want that. Therefore, you need to make sure that you safeguard your information. And then the do of the PDCA cycle, remember, we were planning. All along, we've been planning. Now the standard says, do what you've been planning. And the emphasis here is on customer communication. I cannot stress enough the importance of communicating with customers. And we take it so for granted. When things are going wrong, customer communication is so, remember, our customers are human like us. They know life happens. So speak to your people. Hey, we had a problem and we might be running a bit late with the project, but no, I'm on it. They're human. And that's all they need. They need you to communicate with them. Now you know there's a problem. You know you're not going to make the deadline. And then you have an angry customer because you didn't communicate. Had you communicated, the customer would have said, oh, okay, no, that's fine. Thanks for letting me know. Okay, I think we can push it for another 3 months. You communicated, you picked up the phone, or you drove and spoke to the customer. Customer communication. How often do you update your customers? And how do you update your customers? And who internally within your practice can communicate with customers? Because not everybody can communicate with customers. Those people are very important. And you don't want your washing to be spread out to your customers. There's things you know as a leader can be communicated externally, and there's things that should be kept internally. So within your practice, who communicates with your clients? It can't be everybody. Because that's a very sensitive area. And I always recommend the leaders to speak to customers. And when you get an order from the customer, make sure you understand what the customer requires. And don't say you can do it if you can't. That's what clause 8 says. Go through the spec, go through the tender document and agree, now we can do this, we can do this, we can do this. Okay, this one we can outsource. This one we can get this other, we can collaborate with this other company. Don't say you can do it if you can't. Because then there's problems when it's time to deliver. Clause 8 also speaks to the designing and developing of new products or services. And there's a whole lot of requirements there. We're not going to even start going through that. You control your design process. And there's changes. When there is a change, we spoke about change management earlier. Let's say there's a change in a drawing. Let's talk to what you do or you use. The original drawing you were given by your customer was revision 1. And as the customer was reviewing, there was a small change that they made. Now the drawing is on revision 2. That's a change. And they communicate the new drawing to you. How do you ensure that now the people on site are using revision 2 and not revision 1? And it happens all the time. You go all the way, you finish with the wrong revision. And therefore, the change that was made in the middle of the project was not implemented. And the customer says, but I sent you a drawing. I communicated the change. That's another risk in change. The non-communication, the timeless non-communication of the change. It happens all the time. So when you get a new drawing from the customer or there is a change in the original spec, how do you ensure that the new spec is now communicated to the people on site? And your external providers. The standard speaks to external providers, our suppliers or our service providers. How do we control them? You decide as an organization. The standard says, control your suppliers. You decide as a business, what type of suppliers are we dealing with? We can buy cement from almost 10 places, but who are we going to buy it from and why? We know they test their cement. They have test certificates for their cement. They are ISO certified. And you know that the supplier you are dealing with is competent and capable to provide you with the cement you are looking for. So what type of suppliers do you deal with? And how do you control them? Because the standard says, control your external providers. That contractor that you are now going to contract to do the construction, what do you base that appointment on? You must have that. Your selection criteria. What informs your decision to appoint contractor A instead of contractor B? Always look at the qualifications, at the competencies, at the experience, their brand, their reputation. You don't want to work with a service provider that has a bad reputation. It might hamper what you need to do for your client. So those are the things you watch for. And then you control them, you control service provision. Those collaborators that you work with, you control them. The standard says control them. You will decide how you control them. You might want evidence of their qualifications and you screen them. Because we know people go onto the internet, download, change names and falsify qualifications. You check before you appoint and be satisfied that these people are competent, they have the knowledge, they have the experience. You might request a few references, you check, you phone. Do you know so-and-so? Don't believe what they're giving you. We know what's happening in our country. Even with qualifications, check on the qualifications. And then after you have delivered, what are your post-delivery activities? One of them we spoke about earlier. Do a post-mortem on the project. What lessons did we learn from this project? What went wrong? What went right? What are we changing? Where can we improve? Do a post-mortem of your projects. There's a lot we learn in projects. And the mistake we do, we finish one project, we jump into the next without doing a post-mortem on the previous. And we repeat the same errors that occurred in the previous project because we didn't do a post-mortem. So there were no lessons we learned from the previous project. So when you complete a project, sit down with your team. Have a little boss berat on a Friday with some debonaires and some foodies and some finger lunch, and talk about the project. Make it light. But record, as they are saying, hey, we had problems here. This occurred, this happened, You are learning from those things. When you go forward, you're not going to repeat the same mistakes that occurred in the last project. Then the second last clause, performance evaluation, which I think I've already spoken to as well. Measure your performance as a practice. Measure those objectives that you set in clause 6. You set an objective to be achieved at the end of the financial year. Have we achieved this objective or not? Measure that. You will decide how you measure. Measure the perception of your customers about your practice. How do my customers feel about me and the service that I provide? And be open to constructive criticism. It builds you. Be open, because you will get customers who will say, I was not happy with 1, 2, 3, 4. Be open for that. Chances are you already are aware of those things, but measure your customer satisfaction. How satisfied are your customers with you? Because when your customer is satisfied with you, they will come back to you. Believe me. When you meet their needs and expectations, it's repeat business. Should they need now to construct this big business in Joburg, in Sandton, they will consider you first, because they were very happy with the small building that you constructed for them. Satisfied customers lead to repeat business. That's why it's important to measure the perception of your customers about what you offer them. And there's a clause that speaks to that in ISO 9001. Measure how your customers feel about the services that you offer them. If they rate you very poor, then you sit around the table. Guys, what went wrong here? Why are they giving us such a bad score? Why? You want to learn from those so that you don't do them again. Measure your customer satisfaction. ISO 9001 says you will decide as an organization how often you measure your customer satisfaction. A lot of companies do it annually. You can do it once every 2 years. It's up to you. But at the end of the day, measure how your customers feel about you. You had one big project this year. Measure how that customer feels about you. You were not dealing with one person in that project. You were dealing with their purchasing department. Measure how purchasing feels about you. Measure how another department feels about you. Whoever you were dealing with within that project, measure their satisfaction about what you offered them. You will learn from those and you will improve where there were shortfalls or where there were gaps. And then the last clause says improve. In ISO, we speak of continual improvement, one improvement at a time. Improve. Your system cannot be stagnant. Improve your people. Train your people. Improve your processes. Now you documented this process, and after this project, you realized, you know what? There's a better way of doing things here. So let's review our documented process. Let's change it. This one is quicker than the original one we documented. Do that. Improve your processes. Or here we had skipped this step originally. It's important that we add this step now. You review how you do things and you decide how often you review things. Usually, people who deal with projects, they review at the end of the project. Did this process work in this project? Or were there issues, were there risks we had not identified? And please, when we get a complaint from the customer, in ISO, we call it a non-conformance. We did not conform to a customer specification. You must have a process of how you correct that mistake and what corrective actions you implement. We use corrections and corrective actions interchangeably. They're not the same. You get a complaint from your customer, which is a non-conformance. You did not conform to a specific requirement from your customer. Though your customers who are certified will send what we call an NCR, a non-conformance report, which you need to complete. You need to immediately correct what went wrong. We call that correction. So you correct the complaint. And then you come back and you sit with people who are involved in that process, not you in your high office. Involve the people who were involved in that process where you got the complaint from your customer. And you discuss and you investigate with the team what went wrong. You are now wanting to identify the root cause of the problem. And once you've identified the root cause, you need to correct that root cause so that the problem does not recur. And the correction of your root cause is called the corrective action. So with the corrective action, you are correcting the root cause. And with the correction, you are correcting the complaint from your customer. Those are two different things. And for your customers or your clients who are certified, you will get an NCR. That's how they complain. There is a system of handling customer complaints in ISO. And that system is called NCR. So those who are certified will use the NCR system. They will send you an NCR and you need to correct, identify the cause of the problem, correct the cause so that the problem does not recur. And that's what we call the NCR process. And this process goes hand in hand with improvements within the organization. Now you know that things went wrong here and you've identified the cause of why the problem occurred. Now you go back and you improve your system. And ISO is all about improvement. Improve, especially when you get a customer complaint. You know, we still have people who receive complaints and they don't respond. You will not get business again from that client. One, you acknowledge receipt. Thank you for the complaint received today. We will investigate and advise and revert back within 7 working days, something like that. Acknowledge with your customer that you've received their complaint and you are attending to it. Nothing irritates a customer like logging a complaint and there is no response. It is very unprofessional. And yes, you will get complaints from customers. It's part of the package. But remember, you want to retain that customer and you want more business from that customer. And they are measuring you as their service provider. As much as we measure the performance of our service providers, our customers are measuring us as well. And then when it's time for measurement and monitoring, they will say, oh, we sent an NCR and they never came back to us. No, we don't want to deal with them anymore. Procurement, look for plan B. We're not going to use these ones anymore. Please respond to customer complaints and communicate with your customers. Customers are human beings like me and you. They know life happens. And they appreciate when you speak to them. And they get very angry when you sit and say nothing. That can break your relationship with the most important stakeholder. Your customer is the most important stakeholder in your business. Communicate with your customers. If you change nothing, nothing will change. There isn't much I can say there. The slide says it all. You know, here I was just looking at what you do as architects. And I got this from the internet and it speaks directly to ISO. Directly. I was like, oh, this is very interesting. You design, you plan, you oversee. And yes, you are on the creative side and you combine your creativity with technical skills. This was very interesting when I went through it. Now you've implemented your system and you want to get certified. I just thought I would give you a few tips here. Because there is a lot of fly-by-nights out there. Once you decide that you want to be certified for ISO 9001, yesterday in a meeting, somebody said to me, you know, we see this ISO 9001 in tenders and we have no clue what's happening. And that's true. ISO 9001 is becoming mandatory with the government. And we've had a lot of inquiries from people who have a tender document that speaks to ISO 9001 and they're like, Portia, I have no clue what they're talking about here. And we've implemented for accounting firms, for law firms. So ISO is becoming a norm, especially in tendering. So when you are appointing a certification body, make sure they are accredited with SANAS, S-A-N-A-S. SANAS is the only accreditation body in South Africa. The fly-by-nights will not be accredited by SANAS. And on the SANAS website, they have all the companies they have accredited. So make sure you are dealing with a legit certification body. And obviously, before they give you a certificate, they come and audit you. There's 2 audits. There's a stage 1 and a stage 2 audit. In stage 1, They are auditing your documentation. All these documents and records we're talking about, they come in, they sit in the boardroom, and they go through your records, your documents, your procedures, and then in stage 2, they come and check if you are doing what you documented in your procedures, which is the operational side of the business. Your certification body will issue with a certificate that is valid for 3 years. Your ISO 9001 or any other ISO, the certificate is valid for 3 years. But they come in every year to audit you. So at least once a year, they come in to audit your processes. Then there is certification fees payable. Somebody posted in the chat about the expensive and it is what it is. And as small businesses, because certification is not cheap, as small businesses, you are able, and I like that somebody came in there and said, speak to the people. As small businesses, they allow us to pay the big amount monthly instead of having to pay 60,000 rands now because you are due for an audit. They break it down for you and they send you an invoice every month. They break down that 60,000 monthly. So instead of paying one big amount, you pay them monthly. They do that for small businesses. And you have to pay fees because you are using their logo. You are telling everyone you are certified. Their logo is on your marketing material and on your email signature and. So you are advertising using their logo. So you have to pay for that. And there's an agreement that you sign with them with terms and conditions. And please note, they can suspend your certification and they can withdraw your certification if you do not do as required. Please note that. People think once they are certified, they have the certification, it stops. No, that's actually where it starts. So when they audit you and you have non-conformances and you don't close your non-conformances, they can suspend your certification and they put it on their website that you are suspended. Every company that is certified, that's public information, it's available on the website. If you are certified by the SAPS, you go to the SAPS website, you check on their website, you'll see our name there, Gaushek Services. As soon as they certify you, they put you on their website because that's public information. The same, when they suspend you, they put on the website that you are suspended. And that would be very embarrassing for your customers, for your clients. So you don't want to go through that. Right. And let's master our balance, ladies. Let's master our creativity. Let's master how we work. And the system helps in that. Let's play when it's time to play. You know, we work, and we forget to play. You need to play. You need to go on holiday. You need to spend time with family. You need to spend time with friends. You are mastering your balance as you are doing that. Let's master being wives and being mothers. This session for today is called Mastering the Balance. Let's put balance in everything we do. You can be a mother, a wife, a businesswoman, play when it's time to play, work when it's time to work. This system will enable you to go on holiday for 2 weeks and have no stress what is going on in your business. The business is actually running itself without you, which is what should eventually happen. The business should be able to run without you. You've documented your processes, you've appointed people, you've clarified the responsibilities, you've given people authority to do 1, 2, 3. You have your internal controls, you have your procedures. People know what to do, when, how, everything is in place. You take a holiday for 2 weeks and the business runs without you. And that's me for the day.
Wow, 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 wow. Ms. Nonhlanhla, thank you very much. Thank you very much. What an incredible session. I don't think that we realize how much we actually needed you today. What you shared with us has certainly enlightened us, put some color to those gray areas, put a lot of perspective and a lot of alignment. And I really love how you've sort of summed it up and directed it back to this is a system on how we are going to be able to master our balance. You've spoken about systems. I don't know how many times you mentioned the word standard way of doing things, standard way of doing things. It's systems, it's procedures, it's order. It's all these things that are required for us to actually have a balanced life. Because if we don't have these systems in place, we can't actually run our practices, even our lives, efficiently and effectively. We'll always be running around. And you know, this industry is very high pressured, especially for women. A woman's journey in the architectural industry is quite different to a male's. Not saying that it's more difficult or less difficult, but I'll say at this point, it's different because there are all these different hats that we women must wear. And those different hats essentially make us who we are, even within the industry, and what we contribute in the industry. So I think I speak for many. Without any further ado, I'd like to open up for questions. For those who have questions, please let us raise our hands if we have any questions, and I'll ask my colleagues to assist if I have any blind sides, if I miss any questions or any hands. But thank you very much, Ms. Ngatane, Ms. Posha. Thank you. Thank you for meeting us where we are. Thank you. Thank you for the alignment. So yes, maybe I just say, if I'm sitting in the audience and I'm saying, okay, I need this certification, I need this training, what do I do? Here you are. What do I do?
Yeah, you contact BSI. I think Manoko has Fezile's details at the BSI because we were talking via the BSI. I'm one of their people. So you contact BSI and yeah, we'll take it from there.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. I'm sure those details will be shared also on the chat. Can I just ask if we have any questions? Anyone who'd like to raise their hand for a question? I see on the chat we do have some comments. Okay, there's I don't know if it's a comment, but it's from Bevan Apollos. What I've previously done was to prevent the release of drawings. I think we were talking about risk there. That was a response to risk. I'm just trying to check the time. Okay. How do we deal with clients constantly requesting for minor revisions in a project that might be too minor to charge them for, since a client must get their money's worth of service, but frequent revisions are a risk on your time as a firm company and also a risk on the project timeline? That is a question.
You communicate that to the client. You tell them that you originally charged them. I'll just make a simple example. The price that you originally charged them, the 10 rands that you charged, was based on their specification at the time. Now that there is a change, it's going to cost them. You communicate that. Therefore, you are now going to revise the invoice because of this change, and you keep record of that.
So this goes back to contract terms that must be clearly stipulated.
Yeah.
All right. I think everyone is just very reflective on this particular session.
It was a lot of information in 2 hours.
Yep.
You know, Ms. Nene, this was it was a lot of information, but there were a lot of truths about the risks and the loopholes that we fall through on projects. Like that thing that we spoke about, like what happens when people come into your practice and they're working on certain software, and then and that software, because I can tell you, Ms. Portia, when you run a practice, we have a tendency of wanting to end up having your own back. We have this feeling because staff comes and goes, and we have this thing that if they go, I should be able to just pick up and go and finish off this project myself. But sometimes your practice starts to get bigger, or you just needed to outsource these people, and then the exit. You know, then how that is also a risk.
Yeah.
It's software
Growth
is a risk.
is a risk.
I like that. Yes, growth
is a risk. You need more resources. You need more people. You need more time. Growth is a risk that you need to identify. As we are growing and the projects are coming in, do we have enough capacity? There's a risk. So those are the things you start thinking of as you are growing. I need more people. What type of people do I need? What qualifications do I need? And.
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. And thank you for raising that one again, our VP. It's a very, very serious risk that needs our mitigation. And I also note here, the one that I wanted to read that was responding to the risk of the late payments from Bevan. Why has it disappeared again? But Bevan was responding to say that he basically withholds drawings in terms of late payments. Which I thought is, it's also before a client before he releases drawing or she releases drawings, they will withhold the drawings and receive payment first. I guess that could also be another way to mitigate. I think, but I mean, although a client does need to see that the work is done, perhaps have a presentation, invite the client to your office and actually do a presentation of the works. Have their feedback, have their input to say, yes, we are happy to receive the works. We do see it and we can process and approve that particular stage. So I think that was also a good way to mitigate risk.
Yeah.
What do you say, Ms. Portia?
Program director. Also, in light of the presentation, I'm really glad that we've gone through this. I see some of the comments and questions on the chat that speaks to exactly the real reason why we had this. In the architectural space, you find that we are great in our craft, we are qualified, but in terms of the processes, that first slide was just telling it all. So I've seen most of the engineering firms, they've got ISO, they're ISO accredited. And I've seen quite few, if there are any architectural companies that are ISO accredited. And I love systems and processes because some of the questions that are being asked here, that if the original plan was declined by a client and you have to revise, and also they want you to include supervision into your scope. Actually, ISO says that these are the processes that must have, but as a practitioner, you fill in the gaps on how exactly you can do that. ISO will give you a template, and then you fill in the specifics of that template to say that if we revise only 3 times or 2 times. After that, we start charging again and so on. And then you still invite the likes of our facilitator to come back each year to audit if you are doing your processes and systems that have been agreed upon to keep your standard, to keep the quality of your work. I was also quite interested in this particular presentation because we've seen in many instances whereby you have your office, you have your staff, but the quality of work that you receive from your staff is totally different. You may think that it's coming from 4 different offices, but it's actually one office. So how do you maintain that uniformity and you standardize the quality of work? But we still have to do all the hard work of making sure that we still specify those line weights, what to keep and how to go about the detailing of the work that we do. But I was very happy that you agreed and SECAP sponsored this particular session and all sessions that we are having today and the last one that's going to come. But mainly the ISO, I've seen the benefit in other firms because I'm also not ISO accredited. I just love systems and processes. And hopefully we will latch on to see the greater benefit that has been said on ISO and make it beneficial for our practices. Yeah, that's my comment. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I'm not sure if we have any other comments, and those are very, very valuable. I think we all share those sentiments with you. VP, is there anything that you would like to add before we conclude? Since we do not have any hands, I know that your contributions are always valuable.
Ma'am, Miss Ene, I think, well, not I think, I know. I love what you have just said when you said that you invite your clients, you can print your files, but I don't even print them anymore. But you show them electronically. If you do print, it's fine. Just get them to sign off. Yes, signing off at each and every single stage.
Yeah.
It is vital. It is vital. And what's also very important that I find is helpful is that you ensure to scan even those images using your phone or whatever you can do, and then you file your scanned drawings. Because clients can also have a tendency, Ms. Nontlatla, to do a 360 on us as architectural professionals, because we do sit with them for a long time. You could be doing a house with a group of people and you'll be busy with them for 2 years. It starts very romantically, that I can tell you. It's romantic. They say they call you, oh, my sister. We are gonna be like this, we're gonna cry. But somewhere it starts to get heavy because they don't understand that you're not going to quit the project. Now they are just tired. So hence the 360. So it's important to scan and file each and every single stage. And even your municipal approved drawings, scan them and file them and save them. Because if you hand over those originals, what proof do you actually really have that you completed that stage? You must scan the municipal slips when you submit your plans. I've done build plans before. The city of Johannesburg lost them for a year. A year. The client even thought that I ran off. I actually just spent their money. In fact, they told my client that I never did submit to begin with. Now imagine that. Just fortunately, I had saved that receipt. So saving and scanning information is vital. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, VP.
Thank you,
Thank
Ms.
you very
Nontlatla.
much.
Thank you so much for your submission. Ms. Nontlatla, you just opened our eyes, and I'm glad that you were speaking now from another perspective, which is really business. You know, I have a friend that has a business that she grew it to about 90 staff. It wasn't an architectural business, but she said to me, Tabi, the first thing I did was to plan, just like you said, that she needed to plan to a point that she can be able to be away and other people can run it. I don't know how she did that, but it was clearly with systems that you're talking about.
Thank you very much for
VP.
the opportunity.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Nontlatla. There's just one more question here, since we do have a few minutes to answer it. Okay, has it now? Okay, there we go. What do you do if a client does not stick to the original plan after they declined your advice that you want to include supervision into your scope? I'm not sure if we, I think what we've spoken about may definitely answer this type of question, where we were speaking about always laying out contract terms very clearly, so that we are able to then mitigate such issues. I think that is how we can respond to this one. Thank you for the comments to everyone else that is in the chat. And Cecilia, who says that they've scanned documents dating back to 2006. Wow, now that is incredible. That is incredible. I think that we've had quite a mindful session. Our minds are quite full, and I think that let us capture and keep everything that we have learned today. And what my take out about this session is that, in fact, on both sessions, compliance, conformity, systems, everything that we have been taught today that relates to building sustainable foundations in our practices are eventually, it's administrative as well, are eventually, it's not just the craft that's going to actually give us success. Talent without proper systems doesn't really turn out the money. So I think we've been given a blueprint on how we can actually build our firms or rebuild our firms, realign ourselves to be able to monetize our talent and our craft. So I just want to say thank you once again, Ms. Ngakane, on behalf of all the women at SECAP and all of the entire audience that is watching today. And we greatly, greatly appreciate what we've been taught. Through you, Madam Chair, we do have a few minutes which perhaps we can allocate to our snack and stretch for lunch. After this, all right, after we come back, I want you all ladies to just relax and sit back, because this final session is going to perhaps move you a bit. We are looking forward to mastering the art of emotional intelligence. If you see perhaps a friend, a colleague who hasn't logged in, please, we are live on Facebook. It's not too late to register. Give them a hint to come back after our break. Thank you, and we will meet again in a few at 1:45. Yes, 1:45 in 15 minutes time, or 20 minutes time, I'd say. Thank you very much.
Nondomiso, I've put BSI's email address in your chat. Ne?
Appreciate it, Bam. Thank you very much for that. So to all our audience, please note that all the contact details that you need will be on the chat if you need ISO accreditation. Greetings, 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 all leaders, all women, and all gents that are in the audience as well. Welcome back. Welcome back. We've had a nice, refreshing lunch break, snacking and stretching. Now we are on for a bit of time up until around 4 o'clock. And lined up, we have some really, really exciting stuff coming up. Like I had said, we are going to be mastering the art of emotional intelligence. But before we do that, I just also want to let you know that the SACAP team, the team at SACAP, have done an incredible job in preparing this day for us. They haven't only paid attention to all the detail that was needed and all the different components that needed to come together for this day, including sponsoring us such incredible speakers to come and address us. You really didn't have to, but you did, and we just want to say thank you. And also something that's even more exciting, later on, we are going to be having a reflect and respond poll, basically competitions. So SACAP also wants to give us a few prizes. So I hope that you've been listening and paying attention, because I know that there'll be some spot questions here and again. And today, a couple of women are going to be walking away with specially prepared prizes from SACAP. But without any further ado, I would like to introduce our next speaker, Miss Mimi Jordan Mfoko, who is a mental health practitioner, who is in private practice and corporate mental health, a corporate mental health consultant. Miss Mimi Jordan Mfoko is a passionate and dedicated mental health practitioner with a profound commitment to enhancing mental health access and community development. She envisions a world where mental care is universally accessible, breaking down barriers through innovative private practice and community-based solutions that are tailored to the unique needs of the underserved communities. Her commitment to community service is evident through her volunteer work in the Fellow FIFA or Pelo Pepa Train of Hope. Now, there's no master of pronunciation until she corrects me. In her practice, Mimi performs comprehensive scholastic assessments for children, collaborating closely with parents and teachers. She provides individual, couples group counseling utilizing a range of therapeutic approaches, which include psychoanalytical methods, trauma-informed care, cognitive behavioral therapy, which is CBT, solution-focused therapy, somatic experiencing, and faith-based counseling, which is quite interesting. Perhaps you'll tell us more about that too. Professionally, Ms. Mimi is registered with the Health Professions Council of South Africa and is an active member of the Psychological Society of South Africa. Ms. Mimi's academic background includes a Bachelor of Honors in Psychology and additional training in project management. Furthermore, Ms. Mimi is currently doing her master's in public health and is a public health candidate. So, Ms. Mimi, I hope that you are ready for us, because we are certainly ready for you, and look forward to having you. Checking on Ms. Mimi, are you here?
Good day, Ms. Nene. Good day, everybody, colleagues,
Oh,
chair,
wonderful.
and all of our participants this afternoon. I am here and I'm honored to be here. Thank you so much. So we're going to take a deep dive into our emotions today, and I'm just inviting you to please just relax, okay? Hope you've got a glass of water next to you. If you'd like to keep a notepad, you can. And just really, really, really try to just get into the emotions this afternoon, and also be gentle with yourself. I just want to put out a disclaimer that some of the things that might come up might be triggering for some of us. Sometimes our suppressed emotions come up in ways that we don't expect. So I just want to say that for anybody who needs a debrief at the end of the session, I will be available. You will see my details on my slides. I will also put them in the chat. I'm going to start sharing my presentation now. I love technology, but sometimes it doesn't like me.
Today, it hasn't lied to many of us.
Wait, please.
Now we will give you grace.
Can we all see the presentation?
Yes, we can see. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So as mentioned, I'm Mimi Jordan Mfolo. I'm a mental health practitioner in private practice, and I've been in practice for private practice for 5 years now. I'm not going to go through that introduction. Ms. Nene has done a beautiful one of me, and I thank you very much for that. In my practice, like as mentioned, I work with individuals, I work with children, couples, families, and also communities. I specialize in perinatal mental health, and my focus is mainly on perinatal anxiety and depression. So anytime during pregnancy and after pregnancy. Part of the work I do is also corporate consulting in mental health, where I go to some corporate, spend a day or a week they giving people individual therapy sessions, sometimes group workshops and talks. But also particularly for women that are about to go to maternity leave or have come back from maternity leave and are struggling to adjust to the demands of being a new mother, and also a corporate person. I go in and also just do some therapy and counseling with those people, also to just help them adjust. Sometimes, well, we all know that no one pregnancy is the same. So sometimes you might think that you know what you're doing, you're going to get back to work, everything's going to be fine, and sometimes it's not. So I also provide that support. So the objective for this afternoon, my session, is understanding of emotional intelligence. I'm going to provide you with some tools to develop self-awareness, regulation, and empathy. And also some practical communications techniques for personal and professional growth. And also, I hope to teach you to get, I will also give you access to some downloadable items, such as a mental health journal for you to keep. So diving right in, we're going to start with an icebreaker. So I would like everybody to go onto their phone or onto their laptop. Please type in www.mentimeter.com. It's going to ask you for a code. This is a code for our session today.
May I please ask that you?
Is it .com?
Yeah, please may you bring back the slide, Miss Mimi. Thank you very much.
So I'm unable to see any questions at the moment. So if there are any questions on how to log in, please just raise your hand, Ms. Nene, if you could please just help me with those as well. Thank you.
Okay.
I'm going to move on to Mentimeter now. I'm going to come out of
So the code, so the code is hashtag.
Please leave out the
45.
hashtag.
Okay. So it's 45194566.
Correct.
Okay.
So as you can see, we've got some emotions coming up of people sharing. Thank you very much for those that have logged in. We're seeing excited, happy, anxious, confused, unheard, stuck, worthy, fabulous, multitasking, a little pressure, preoccupied, well, content. We're just going to give that a few more seconds for other people to share. Focused, well, worry, neutral, calm. We have content as well, grateful, relieved. Some of us are distracted. Somebody's feeling golden this afternoon. Interested, blessed. Aloof. Peaceful, I'm seeing peaceful, thankful, despair, positivity, overloaded. A lot of us feel that way a lot of times these days. Stressed. We're in a high pressure society, so a lot of people are dealing with stress. Some people don't even know that they're stressed until their body kicks in and lets them know. Confident, satisfied, tired. It has been a long day, but also very eventful, and we've learned so much today. So please bear with us. We're almost at the end of it. All right, thank you, everybody. We're going to go back to our presentation. That was just for us to share how we're feeling, and for a lot of us to also know that some of the feelings that we go through, we're not alone in them. Thank you for using that app. We shall move on. So right into emotional intelligence 101. So emotional intelligence is not about not feeling emotional. It's about being intelligent with your emotions and emotional state. Everybody's allowed to feel a certain way. Everybody's entitled to their emotions. But that doesn't mean that our emotions don't impact other people. So when we say being intelligent with your emotions, it means that knowing when to unpack the emotions, having a space to unpack those emotions. Because some of the emotions that we feel are not appropriate to impart on other people, particularly our colleagues or our clients, which we've been speaking about all day today. So that's what emotional intelligence is about, is to say you are entitled to your emotions, you are allowed to feel them. However, choose the spaces that you express those emotions. So we're going to look at Daniel Goleman's pillars of emotional intelligence. He's a psychologist and often called the godfather of emotional intelligence. The 5 key pillars that he speaks of emotional intelligence include self-awareness, self-regulation, motivation, empathy, and social skills. Now, self-awareness is knowing your emotions. It's also knowing that when you feel a certain way, how does that affect your behavior? How do those emotions show up for you and how other people see them? It's also, and self-regulation is about managing disruptive emotions and impulses. So knowing when to hold back, knowing when to control those emotions that we spoke about now that might be not appropriate to show in front of other people. Motivation is being driven to achieve for reasons beyond money and status. That's where we start speaking. If you think of Maslow's hierarchy of needs, when we speak about actualizing is when people start doing setting goals and doing activities that go beyond money and status. And then empathy. Empathy is recognizing emotions in others and showing understanding. So it speaks to being able to hold space for other people, allowing other people to be able to share with you, with them feeling safe in sharing with you, but also leaving you feeling that they have been heard. I mean, some of the emotions we saw just now in Mentimeter, somebody shared that they feel unheard. When we show empathy, normally people then would leave feeling heard by us, feeling seen, feeling understood. And that's what empathy is about. And then social skills is managing relationships, inspiring others, and effective communication. So we're going to go into another activity. This one is just to discover your emotional intelligence strengths. I'm going to ask you to please, actually, let me just put it on the chat so that, so that you have access to this app. The app itself is called Slido. So it's also on your internet. You can go to www.slido.com. I'm going to copy this link onto the chat as well. Once I figure out how to. You may copy that link on the chat. Thank you for joining the quiz, guys. See your names are coming up here. We'll just wait for more people to join, and then we'll start the quiz.
You should have cautioned us whether real names or fun names.
You may use your nickname, you may use your first name, you may use a surname, you may be anonymous. We'll give it a few more seconds. Thank you, everybody, for joining. All right. Okay, we're going to jump into our questions of the quiz. See, there's still some people joining. You have about 30 seconds to answer each question. Thank you for your responses. We see self-regulation is coming up a lot on how do you typically respond to setbacks. A lot of people have said that they stay calm and reflect before reacting. Others instantly know how they feel and why, which speaks to our self-awareness. And others reframe it as an opportunity to stay driven. That's our motivation. Others think about how they've affected people. We're going to move on to our next question. When working with others, what do you find easiest? Thank you for your answers, everybody. So here, the most frequent answer that came up is staying calm when things get tense. That speaks to self-regulation. We're going to move on to the next question. We've got 5 questions. Well done, guys. What do people often praise you for? Being level-headed, even in chaos. That's amazing. Our next question, what activity appeals to you the most? And we're finding setting inspiring personal goals is what appeals to people, most of us, the most. And our last question, what do you do when someone around you is upset? Offer a listening ear and validate the emotions. We're also seeing a lot of encouraging people to keep them going and not to give up. Thank you guys for answering your questions. We're going to go back to our presentation now. So please just take a moment to reflect on your most frequent answer type. That's likely your strongest emotional intelligence pillar. We'll now explore what that actually means. So here are the 5 domains of emotional intelligence that we mentioned earlier: self-awareness, self-regulation, motivation, empathy, and social skills. If you excel at self-awareness, it means that you know how to recognize your own emotions, triggers, and needs. This means you can make clear, intentional decisions and stay aligned with your values. Self-regulation, you're able to manage your emotions and responses, which means that you can stay calm under pressure, you can respond instead of reacting, and you're able to build trust or rapport with other people. If you excel at motivation, it means that you're able to stay driven by purpose and not just by rewards. It also means that you can overcome obstacles, staying optimistic and inspiring others through action. Empathy is understanding other people's emotions and perspectives. So if you excel at this, it means that you can build deeper relationships, be able to resolve conflict with care, and you can lead with compassion. And if you excel in social skills, you're able to navigate relationships and influence others. This also means that you can communicate effectively, you can lead teams well, you can collaborate with others, and you're able to resolve issues constructively. We're going to take a deep dive into self-awareness. Self-awareness is the foundation of emotional intelligence. It's the ability to tune in to what you're feeling, why you're feeling it, and how it's showing up in your behavior. Sometimes we have blind spots where we don't know how we're coming across to other people. Self-awareness, when we are good at self-awareness or have high self-awareness, this means that we understand our behaviors, our emotions, and how they impact other people, but also how they come across to other people, whether it's intended or not intended that way. Now think about a recent situation that triggered a strong emotional reaction, whether the reaction is, for example, frustration, if you were hurt, if you feel stressed, you felt shame, or even anger. And I just want to invite you to just reflect a little bit. if you had any of these emotional reactions and they were quite strong, what was the incident that happened? What was said or done that pushed that emotional button? Another activity that we're going to do, I just want to show you some examples of some of the things that trigger other people. And if you see anything that speaks to you, you can comment on it or you can like it. I'm going to put the link on our chat. And you may all follow this link, please. Once you're in the link, you should be able to see what's on my slides, and then you're able to, if you'd like to add something that's not on here as an example, you can just click on this blue plus here to add your own. If you find something that speaks to you here, you can also just like it. So some of the examples are being bored in meetings, triggers other people. When people make last changes or their last changes that they had to adhere to. Other people are triggered by when people don't keep time. Some people really hate being late. You can also put examples or think about examples of what triggers you in the workplace, what triggers you in relationships, in social settings, or even internally, personally. What about yourself sometimes can trigger you? Mustine, if you could just let me know, are you able to click on the plus and add or like a comment or create your own? Is anybody able to see this board? Have you been able to click on the link? Find
I
it?
think that we've got comments. Hi, I don't see the link. Where is the link?
The link is
May we please share the link again?
Sorry, guys, the link is here in the chat.
Okay. It's www.padlet.com.
But if you could just follow that particular link, please, it will show us the same board. Are we able to see the link in the comments now, Ms. Nene?
I think our chat as panelists is different from the Q&A. Don't know if Brenda, you're able to type on the Q&A, because in the Q&A you can only answer, not necessarily start the chat. Brenda, please confirm. I'm trying to post it as well on the Q&A, but I may not be fast enough.
Yeah, I see Carla van Rensburg has also generously posted it. But if Miss Brenda can just help us with the chats, if it's possible on her side as well, just to keep us up.
Thank you. I see somebody has added, okay. We have disrespect, that's new. We also have disregarding of my time. Thank you for the person who's able to follow the link. If you can copy it and share it with the rest of the people on the chat, please. All right, we're seeing some new ones coming through, so I'm going to move from here and go straight to the board. Unclear interactions. We see a lot of people are starting to comment and like. Not being heard and my opinion being disregarded. Other people are triggered by clients not understanding the value of their work and the time. Unprepared participants. finances can be very triggering. Disrespect, somebody is mentioned being deemed too young to be capable. Yeah, we see that a lot, especially at the beginning of a career. Rude dismissal is a trigger for one of us here. Impatient people. I think we see examples of that on the road when people just get road rage. Equality. Envy and gossiping, being undermined and disrespected because I'm a female. When the right to dignity is not a priority. Somebody else is triggered when bosses calling rank instead of actually listening. Dismissive responses. Unprepared participants, somebody says that is the worst. In relationships, we're sometimes triggered by dismissive responses. When people don't take time, short delays or overtime are manageable. Somebody's added. Not being given a chance to talk in a meeting. Okay, we're going to give it 5 more seconds and then we'll close the slide. Thank you everybody for participating. Thank you for sharing. Not being given a chance. Traditional, being put first instead of keeping up with the modern changes. People going against you even when your word should hold more weight. Messy people. Silent exits, gaslighting. And I know with gaslighting, often people think of it in relationship settings only, but you find a lot of it in work settings as well. Dismissive responses because of professional registration category. For example, just person. Lack of gender parity. Not being given a chance to improve on work. Not believing in myself, even though I'm capable. Wow, that's some introspection right there. Sometimes we suffer from self-doubt. Sometimes we're just overwhelmed. Being called an architecture instead of an architect. Emotional blackmail. All right, guys, thank you so much for sharing. Thank you, everybody, for sharing. We're going to go back to our slides now. So I would just like to ask everybody, everybody that shared, if you can just note some of the things that you saw there that spoke to you that maybe you weren't even thinking about them yourselves, so that we can understand that sometimes things that trigger us, we're not even aware of them. And when we're triggered, sometimes we feel certain emotions and we act in ways that could be destructive, not just to other people, but to ourselves too. So part of self-awareness is learning what our triggers are, but also understanding how those triggers impact other people when we are triggered. We're going to go into emotional regulation. All right. Emotional regulation tools. Emotional intelligent people don't ignore or suppress feelings. They learn how to express and regulate them in ways that protect their values, relationships, and goals. Here are 3 core emotional regulation tools. One of the tools is name it to tame it. What does this mean? It simply means you can identify and name an emotion. And this in itself reduces its intensity. For example, I'm not just upset, I'm feeling dismissed and anxious. Sometimes we feel emotions and we don't know how to name them. When we don't have the names for emotions, it's very hard for us to get through those emotions, to understand where they're coming from and how they impact us. So when we are in emotions, it's important to just sit and think about what exactly is this. We know that sometimes under being the emotion underlying fear or anger can be, underlying anger can be fear. So a lot of emotions sometimes show up as other emotions, but then there's underlying emotions that are driving those. And also, why does it work and how does it work when you name a feeling to tame it? When you name a feeling and you tame it, your logical and rational brain kicks in, right? And it also comes emotion. So instead of sitting in your emotions, when you start to understand it and go into your brain and being curious about what exactly is this, your emotional brain kind of suppresses and your cognitive brain kicks in, your rational brain kicks in. Here's another tool that you can use. It's called to reframe the story. So looking at the situation, but from a different angle or different perspective, or even looking at it from somebody else's perspective that is not yours. Sometimes we can reframe a story if we talk to somebody about a situation and they give us enlightenment or give us their perspective of it. That can also change the way that we see things. For example, instead of thinking my manager doesn't value me, consider they may be under pressure and distracted today. So it also calls to us being curious about other people. If they feel a certain way, we can ask ourselves, what could possibly be driving this behavior or this emotion? Or I wonder what happened to this person that they're feeling this way or they're acting this way. This is also another way that we can reframe a story. So we're taking it away from ourselves and trying to look at somebody else's perspective. Also, it shifts your mental state from threat to curiosity. And it helps a lot to tap into our curiosity brain when we're struggling to understand certain behaviors from other people. Really asking ourselves, what kind of behavior is this and where does it come from? And why do people act like this? Or the last time I saw somebody act like this, why were they acting like that? And that also just helps us to understand where other people are coming from. And then the last tool I'm going to show you on emotional regulation is called grounding breath or 4-block breathing. So I'm going to invite you to do this with me. It's basically sometimes when we're under pressure or under stress or feeling overwhelmed, just to take a moment with yourself and just to breathe. So we'll call this 4-block breathing because it goes like this. You take a deep breath in and you count for 4. And then you hold it for 4 and then you exhale for 4. So I'm just going to invite everybody, wherever you're sitting, just you can close your eyes, try to relax and calm down, and just count to 4 as you inhale. And you hold it for 4 and exhale for 4. So you can repeat this for 1 to 2 minutes just to calm ourselves and ground ourselves. It also just helps us to sometimes not be so reactory to other people or our emotions at the time, but just to go back into ourselves and give ourselves a chance to dissect what we're feeling or what we're thinking. Also to just process it before we give back to other people exactly what we think. It also creates it also calms the nervous system and creates space to respond instead of just reacting. Pause before we talk or react. Okay. So one of the activities we were going to do is to break into breakout rooms, but we're unable to do that today. So I just want to give you an example of what would have happened in those breakaway groups, right? I was going to give you this scenario, which is you are in a team and you suggest an idea, but your colleague interrupts and repeats it as their own. And everybody praises that colleague for that idea, which was yours. In those groups, you are going to discuss what feelings might arise in this moment. What would be a knee-jerk reaction versus an emotional regulation one? And which of the 3 tools could help you pause and respond with impact? So I'm just going to invite you to just think about those. If you'd like to share in the chat, you may, of what kind of feelings would arise if somebody did that to you. And instead of being able to regulate your emotions, what would be the knee-jerk reaction? And in the 3 tools that we just looked at, which of those tools could help you pause and respond with impact? in this mode, I'm unable to see the chat. So, Ms.
Okay,
Nene, are there any, thank you, are there any comments coming up there?
Not yet,
Not
not yet, not yet that are related to what we are talking about now. Wait,
We'll just give it a few more seconds.
all right, so we have a comment. We have Vivian, actually, sorry. Vivian, who says, pray and ask God for wisdom to deal with your reaction. And then we also have another comment by Eusalia that says a knee-jerk reaction would be confronting that co-worker immediately in front of everyone. And then we have another comment by Carla. On my side, the chat's okay. The chat seems to be disabled. All right, but I think, Carla, you can just jot down your comment here if you would like to say anything. So, all right, so there we go. We have, I would definitely be upset. That's from Chantal. I would definitely be upset with the situation, and my instant reaction will be for me to shake my head while looking at the colleague intensely. And this will be the self-regulation lesson. Okay? And then Karabo says, internal laughter. Request clarity relating to expansion on the idea. Identify and grow on the idea based on feedback. And then Nabila says, for me, I hate confrontation. So if this would happen to me, I would just keep quiet. I would feel frustrated but I would not say anything. But knowing that this is how I would respond makes me upset and annoyed. So that's what we have so far. Oh, we do have more. All right. Sumaya says, hi. Okay. Well, this slide now, this is not. Yeah, I think we've got them. A knee-jerk reaction, this is from Carla again, would be storming out or confronting that person in the meeting.
All right, thank you. Thank you guys for sharing. Thank you for participating. So we see the difference between knee-jerk reactions and also emotional regulating ones. And part of like emotional intelligence, like I said earlier on, is understanding your feeling and knowing that you're entitled to feel the way that you do, but also knowing how and when to express those feelings. All right, we're going to move on to building empathy. Empathy is one of the cornerstones of emotional intelligence. It's not about fixing somebody's pain. It's not about trying to fix somebody's problems. It's not about giving them advice all the time. But sometimes and mostly it's about being present enough to feel with them. So it's putting yourself in somebody else's shoes, trying to understand things with them, making them feel seen, and also just holding a safe space for somebody to be able to share with you. Because when we allow people to share with us without interrupting, without trying to fix it, without trying to put in our perspective in or telling them how they should be feeling about a situation. Creating a safe space where somebody can speak to you also allows them to process those emotions. Sometimes it even gives them room to name and understand those emotions. And that's what we do when we show empathy to people. We actually give them the space and the tools to process a situation by themselves, and maybe to even come to their own resolution of those issues, without us throwing in our ideas and our perspective and our things, when somebody just wants to feel heard. When someone shares a challenge, our instinct is often to jump in and to help, offer advice, reassurance, or share a similar story. But empathy says, I hear you, I'm with you. And I just want to say there's nothing wrong with jumping in, wanting to help. There's nothing wrong with offering advice. There's absolutely nothing wrong with reassuring somebody. But sometimes people just want to be heard. They just want a safe space where they can offlet and leave you, or leave the space feeling seen and heard and understood. We're also going to break out in groups and be able to share in pairs how we can show a person how we are able to listen, to understand. We're unable to break into groups, so we're going to move on from this. But basically, I just want to show you some of the responses we get from people that are able to do these breakout rooms, where they're able to have one-on-one sessions with our colleagues, where we can just debrief and speak about some instances that we felt unheard or misunderstood. So here is a link for that. Please excuse me. God, I'm in presenting mode. Going to share this back into our chat. Please share that with everybody for us. So after going into pairs and doing this exercise, we were going to come back and share some of the ideas that we came with. Unable to do that today. I just want to show you some of the responses we normally get when we're able to do this exercise. What do people learn from just listening to somebody, not interrupting them, not sharing their views or ideas, just sitting in the space? Sometimes it does feel very, very awkward when somebody's talking to you, they're venting, and you just have to keep quiet and let them vent without imposing your views or your thoughts on them. If you've ever had a scenario, situation where you did sit with somebody and you were able to just hold space for them without sharing your views or ideas, please also just add them to this block. But at the moment, I'm going to read some of the lessons we learn from just listening to somebody uninterruptedly. Some people realize how powerful silence can be, and allows the person space to think and to reflect, and also ourselves too, when we allow that for other people. Other people feel more connected than expected. Like I said, it's awkward. So sometimes it feels strange not to jump in, because some people are naturally fixers. They just want to fix it for you. Some people have the answers for you, and they just want to give them those answers. But one of the lessons from listening without interrupting is that we get to learn that sometimes mostly people know how to fix their own situations. They already have answers to their problems. They just needed time to say it out and then reflect and come up with those ideas. So in just listening to somebody and giving them space, we allow them to tap into themselves to come up with the right answers for their situations. It's freeing not to be interrupted. Other people feel deeply heard. Sometimes all a person needs is a safe space to vent. We've just got a new one here. It was great to hear that somebody else is going through similar issues as me. Yes. It says, I experienced Sonda. Sonda is the profound feeling of realizing that every other person has a life as full and real as one's own. Absolutely. Sometimes all a person needs is a safe space to vent. I noticed how powerful it was to simply be heard. It reminded me that empathy doesn't mean fixing, yes. It was hard not to jump in, but it helped me slow down. Allows me more time to process my own thoughts before responding. Yes, yes. To be heard was so validating. I realize I often listen to respond, not to understand or just hold space for someone. So we're getting a lot of responses of some of these people showing them likes. Thank you for sharing and participating, guys. It shows that we can listen without interrupting, which can be hard. It can be extremely hard, especially when you've been through a similar situation and you came with your own solutions to it and you want to share those solutions. But whereas people are very different, it's not a one size fits all, especially with emotional situations. We've got some answers still coming. We're just going to give it a few more seconds, maybe 5 to 10 seconds. You can learn more. Absolutely. Listen to understand and not to respond is relevant here. We'll just wait for this one that's loading here, and then we'll move on. Thank you guys for sharing. Getting a different perspective can really help you grow. And most times when we allow people a safe space to speak and we let them talk to us and we don't interrupt them, we get to learn a lot about their way of thinking, the situations that they're dealing with, which can also give us some insight about ourselves sometimes. Sometimes when we hear people's stories, we also imagine ourselves, what would we think or do in that situation? Even though you're thinking these things and feeling them, part of listening attentively is hearing that, having ideas in your head, but not sharing them with that person, just to give them space to vent. Sometimes jumping in to respond is an anxious or people pleaser reaction, whereby you feel that if you don't immediately respond, then you have nothing to offer. Yes. Because listening is not tangible. So sometimes you really do feel helpless. Sometimes you feel like you're not doing much for a person. But in most cases, people just really need a space where they can be heard. Silence is golden. Herein lie value and method of action. And then the last one we're going to read, having someone to just talk and feeling heard actually helps me feel better about the actual situation than what I'm dealing with. All right, guys, thank you so much for all of those. And thank you for being so open and vulnerable with us in this space today. As I mentioned earlier, empathy doesn't require fixing. It's not us fixing things for people. It just requires presence. The most powerful thing we can say is, I see you, I hear you, and I'm with you. So here are some of the ways that we can do it and some of the phrases that we can use. So when we listen to respond, we can move from saying to somebody, let me fix this for you. Or maybe we don't say it in these words, but we insinuate it that I've been through this, let me tell you what to do. Or I've seen this before, this is how that person reacted or did. So instead of saying things like that, you can just say, I hear you. Sometimes it doesn't feel like you're doing much, but a lot of people really just need to hear, I hear you, I see you, I understand. If somebody's sharing, instead of sharing similar stories and saying something like, oh, this has happened to me too, you can say, thank you for sharing. When a person needs a safe space to vent or to talk, they really just want to talk about them. They're not trying to hear if this happened to you or not. And part of empathy is knowing that, part of self-awareness is knowing that people just sometimes just need a space and time. Reassuring and minimizing, we can move from saying at least it's not worse, or words like it could be worse, or at least this didn't happen. Well, you don't know how overwhelmed that person is. We don't know what else they're dealing with. We don't know if this was the cherry on top for them. So words like at least it didn't get worse, or it could be worse, it can be really damaging. So instead of saying that, we can say phrases like that must be hard, because at the end of the day, we really, really don't know internally, cognitively, emotionally, how the person's nervous system is processing what they're going through. The emotional toolkit. Emotional intelligence isn't just a concept, it's a skill set. And just like any skill, the more you practice it, the stronger it gets. So here are 5 emotional intelligence tools that you can start using today to embed what we've learned, right? This one is called Mood Tracker. So part of what I do in therapy and counseling is that I'll see clients and then I don't see them maybe for a week or 2 weeks or even a month, and sometimes it's 3 months. So most times they will ask me, so what do I do in between? And honestly, we can't deal with everything all at once in sessions, because sessions are normally 1 hour to 3 hours long. So some of the things and the tools that you can use in your own space for self-awareness to regulate your emotions is a mood tracker. You can download a mood tracker on your App Store. So there's one for Android and there's also one on iOS. At the end of this, I've got a gift pack for everybody where you'll be able to download these tools. You'll also see the link of some of the mood tracker apps that I rate quite highly and have used myself for my clients. But basically, a mood app helps you check in with yourself daily. And I mean, it prompts you, so it will give you ideas of some of the emotions that you might be feeling, and you just click on it and you save it. At the end of the week, you're able to look back at that and just see what you've gone through that week. Because sometimes we're so exhausted, we don't even understand what we've been through in a particular week. So tools like this also help us to just sit back and reflect. Another one is called a pause card or stop card. It's basically just teaching ourselves to stop, to breathe, and to choose to react a certain way, whether it's the words that we say or our actions. So this you would use when you are feeling emotionally charged or extremely overwhelmed. And basically just allow yourself a time to just stop and sit back and just breathe. Even if you use that block breathing exercise we did earlier on. And then the last tool I'm going to show you on this one is a mental health journal. Now I'm going to show you what a mental health journal is and what it looks like. You'll also be receiving this. At the end of this presentation, you'll have access to download this mental health journal. So basically, a mental health journal is a journal that you can use anytime, and you can set time for yourself to go through it. It helps you to identify your feelings so that you can name and tame them. It helps you to reflect of what you've been through so that you can also start to understand what are your triggers and how are you acting towards them. It also helps you to understand if you really need intervention in terms of the way that you deal with things, or also understand how overwhelmed and stressed you are. Sometimes other people don't know that they're stressed, but people around them will tell them, but your actions are out of line, or what you said and did is not like you. What's happening with you? So a journal like this helps you to reflect in the things that people have said to us and about us, so that if you need to start going to therapy, if you need to seek another intervention, if you need to see a coach, then you can, because sometimes we go through feelings and emotions, situations, triggers that are just way too overwhelming for ourselves to deal with alone. Even though internally we all have these tools, sometimes when you're very, very overwhelmed, our internal resources aren't able to solve the issues that we're going through on a daily. So this is what the journal would look like, and you will all have access to this. I just want to add also, a mental health journal also helps you to build emotional vocabulary and process thoughts clearly. Another one that you're going to see is an empathy map. It also just helps you to understand and give yourself time to think, where is this person coming from? So you'll start asking yourself questions like, what could this person be feeling? What am I hearing? What are the phrases that they're using a lot? What are the words that they're repeating a lot? So that we can actually understand what are they saying and what are their actions for this. So empathy, again, is we're keeping quiet, we're giving space to somebody, we're allowing them to vent, to leave us feeling heard and seen. Instead of asking them these questions or asking them questions to interrupt them, an empathy map, knowing these quadrants, will help you just in yourself remember to ask yourself quietly, how could this person be feeling when they're venting? What are you hearing? So that if you have to reflect back to them, you can. And what are they actually saying? Sometimes when somebody's very upset, very overwhelmed, very stressed, they can mumble, they can just shoot out words that don't make any sense. So it's just trying also to be there for somebody, also to reflect back to them and say, you said that, is that really how you're feeling? And sometimes you hear a person say, no, that's not the feeling, that's not how I'm feeling. And then you're also in that sense allowing them time and space to process exactly what they're feeling or what they're saying or what they meant to say or trying to say, and it's just not coming out right. So those are some of the tools that we use for emotional intelligence in empathy. And then the micro reset method. A lot of people use this in corporate. Sometimes you might be using it now. You're not even sure. You don't even know it, or you're not aware of it, or it happens so naturally for you. But it's basically just giving yourself time. Do some breathing, maybe some intentional self-talk. Sometimes you hear people saying, yeah, go, you've got this. I've got this. Give yourself a pat on the back. Restructure your posture. Sometimes you'll see people when they walk in a meeting, they'll, stand up straight, walk up straight, pull their shoulders back. And sometimes these things happen unconsciously, but it's basically you micro resetting yourself or getting yourself ready for a presentation, for a meeting, or whatever it may be. So I know a lot of us may be doing this, but not sure what it is, and maybe not even aware that we do it. Or sometimes when you are dealing with a lot of tasks and you have to go from one situation to another and just, putting on another cap instead of like your corporate cap, putting on your being a mother cap, for example. So then when you switch between those tasks, those that require different aspects of you, a different character of yourself, that you just, just remind yourself that I'm moving from here to here, and we don't always act in the same ways in different situations. All right, one more poll, and basically I would just like to hear from you. Based on the tools that I've showed you now, which one do you think you'd be interested in or would like to try first? We're getting, presentation mode. Let me copy that link. If we could share the link, please, Miss Nene. More trackers coming up. Okay. Mental health journal, empathy map, empathy map. And just to show you what an empathy map can look like, if you have it documented, something that you keep on your phone, perhaps as a reminder or a screensaver, it would look something like this. Thank you for participating, guys. Okay, we're seeing mental health journalists coming up top. And this is just an example of what a pause card looks like. It's also a resource that you can download. You can have it on your phone as a screensaver or as part of your journal. You'll probably find it in your journal as well. So it's basically saying stop, pause what you're doing, take a deep breath, inhale deeply, exhale slowly, observe. Notice what you're thinking and feeling. Proceed with intention, move forward consciously. So obviously as people, we don't all process things the same. We also don't enjoy things the same. So it's nice to see though that with these tools that we've shown you today, I've shown you today that each one of them speaks to somebody, and that for each person, there's something that there's a tool that you think that would be best for you. Thank you. Right, we'll go back to our slides. Thank you for sharing the link, Ms. Nene. Okay, we've come to the end of our session, but I'd just like to open it up for any questions, any insights, and also I'm going to put my number, my WhatsApp number on the chat for anybody that would like to know more about counseling, would also like to mention something that maybe they're not comfortable mentioning on the chat where everybody can read.
We have a question. We've got a hand up from Ms. Nonhlanhla. Please feel free to unmute yourself.
Thank you. Mimi, how far do we go with empathy? And I'm asking this because I feel sometimes it gets abused. And I'll give you what I've gone through in a professional space where I had an employee who had problems and personal problems. And honestly, I spent a lot of time with her, listening to her problems. But it became being absent, and I needed to understand. And the absenteeism was Mondays and Fridays and long weekends. And I was like, no, this lady is abusing me now. And at the same time, I felt bad that I was not empathetic. So how far does it go? I mean.
No, I understand. And especially if the person you're dealing with is of the same sex as you. So some of the issues that they bring up are things that you can relate to. So then our empathy tends to extend when we can put ourselves in other people's shoes. But professionally, I would suggest that setting boundaries protects us and it protects other people. So having conversations with those people just to say, I have recognized a pattern now. I do empathize. I have been here for you. I have helped you. Now, understanding what those issues are. With autism, I mean, if the person is saying the child is sick and the child is getting sick every Monday and every Friday, then it's worth asking what is wrong with the child, and maybe even offering some help with them. Maybe it's medical help that suggestions that they need, or if it's about themselves. So, I mean, in South Africa, we deal a lot with alcoholism, and substance abuse. See it a lot in corporate where when people are absent a lot on Mondays, Fridays, and long weekends, is generally due to having too much of a good time and unable to make it to work. So, and I know that we can't just fire people for that, but then also just giving them the tools to say, if this is what you're struggling with, then as a company, this is how we're going to help you, but we can no longer accept this pattern to carry on anymore. And these are the tools that we're putting in place to help you if this is what you're dealing with, so that you take it away from it affecting you personally, from you having to overextend yourself empathetically and saying, these are the systems that we have in place, these are the resources that we have for you, please make use of them.
Thank you, Ms. Mimi. We have a couple of hands here. And so maybe I will ask Cecilia to go first, Nozipo to go second, and Debocheng to go third. In that order, please. May you please just ask your questions one after the other, and then Ms. Mimi, if you could just answer all three of them. Is that okay? Cecilia, please unmute. I'm not sure if our attendees can unmute themselves. Brenda, may we please have some assistance in unmuting Cecilia, Nozipo, and Debocheng? All right.
I'm
Okay,
following up
Cecilia
for you,
said she doesn't
Chair.
have a question, but your hand is up. All right. Nozipo, do you have a question? I see your hands are up. Nozipo, Debocheng, and Belinda. I see you've raised your hands. Sorry, Madam Chair, did you say something?
No, I'm just following up to see our tech team to unmute. Just following up.
Okay.
Just a second. They will allow shortly.
Ms. Nene, if you could please also just share my number for anybody who would like to ask a question privately and wouldn't want it to be on the group. I would read it out anonymously.
Whilst we wait for the unmuting, we had a question from Thiru Pillay, who said, I had so bad postpartum depression and went back to work early. What coping mechanisms can we use? What help is out there? All right, and then Belinda will come in. Your mic is ready. If you can unmute Belinda immediately after the response from Mimi, Belinda will come in.
Okay, so postpartum depression can happen for various reasons. And at the moment, I think one of the only ways that you can deal with it and unpack it and process it is in a safe space of counseling, of therapy. Sometimes it's just talk therapy that you need. Sometimes it's emotional support that you need. So also just letting your team or employees know what you're dealing with so that they allow you space. Because sometimes the feelings of postnatal depression can also bring shame and guilt, especially in the professional setting. So, and I mean, part of talk therapy is also just processing those feelings of guilt and shame, but also equipping you with tools on how to act at work, how to act at home, and also how to deal with the depression. Sometimes you might have to have some meds prescribed to you just to deal with it. Sometimes talk therapy is enough, but it's certainly not something that you should feel that you must deal with alone or to park on the side, because unfortunately with depression, it does manifest and it grows if there's no intervention in place.
Thank you, Belinda. You can unmute. Can you assist Belinda to unmute? Saka?
Chair, we tried there. I don't know. She need to unmute herself there, but we tried.
Belinda, can you unmute on your side? All right.
Chair, through you, can I just launch the question, the quiz?
Not yet. We're almost
not yet.
done. Yes.
Oh, okay.
There's no Zippo also in the chat. As a young professional, how do you deal with older colleagues using their age to bully you or influence decisions regarding within the team?
Sorry, Chair, I lost you the last part of the question there.
As a young professional, how do you deal with older colleagues using their age to bully you or influence decisions regarding you within the team?
I would suggest boundary setting, but also sometimes it speaks to our sense of self-worth, our sense of confidence. So also just checking in with yourself. Firstly, if why are these people intimidating you? What has made them? Why are you feeling intimidated by what they're saying? And are you or are you not able to stand up to them? And also why? So starting off with introspecting so that we can check ourselves before we check other people. But honestly, respectfully, you can let people know, firstly, how to speak to you, how to treat you. And it doesn't have to be in front of other people. It doesn't have to be confrontational. Maybe setting up a meeting with that certain person and saying to them, actually, when you say this or when you do this, it makes me feel this way. So in essence, you are showing them that you would like this to be resolved. This is an issue for you. You are open to hear from them. Sometimes people do those things and it's not even conscious for them. It's a way that they normally act. It doesn't excuse it, but maybe you just bring it to the attention is something that can help.
Even as we look for further hands, Program Director, I don't see any other hands. Back to you, Program Director.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I do not see much on the chat either, but I think that we have had quite a session, and as you can see, all our tones have sort of gone down. You've had an effect on us, Miss Mimi. And I think that these tools are so necessary for us because there's so much that we need to regulate. Some, it's even hormonal, and our regulation of our emotions makes us more credible, even in the work environment. Yeah, thank you very much for this session, and I just want to give you a big thank you on behalf of all the women that are here. And I see that since we do not have any more hands, I'm not sure if you would like to have a closing statement, Ms. Mimi. We also appreciate the gifts that you've given us, these tools, greatly. I'm sure that they are definitely going to assist us greatly. And I mean, we weren't expecting this. So thank you that you've made, you've really, really made a change to our day. We have noted your number, which is 083-377-6790 for those who would like, any of us who would like to actually contact her directly and have follow-up sessions even. I believe that's okay, Ms. Mimi.
Yes, it is. Thank you.
Yes, definitely on our own accounts, not on SACAP's.
Okay.
Would you like to have
Sorry,
Yes, ma'am. Let me let you
I would.
speak.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. I just want to show you where you can find these resources. On my website, we'll also just share it on the link when I'm done. But it's basically the jordan.co.za. When you come onto the main page, you'll see file share. In file share, I've created a folder for SACAP's Women's Day webinar, which is today. This is where you can all download the resources, the journal, the map, and the stop card for yourselves. So I'm going to keep this for about a week or so that everybody who wants to access this is able to receive them.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I will look forward to you just sharing all that information and all the steps. And I think our team will help us just to post it on the webinar chat, because I know that you, are you able to switch as a panelist as well? I saw that. So if you could please just share it. Either way,
I will
wherever
try
you
again.
share
I think
it.
it happened by chance.
Oh, wow, well done. Good chance. Either way, I think we will get assistance from SACAP. We appreciate you, Miss Mimi. Thank you very much for such a powerful session.
Thank you for having me. I appreciate it.
Thank you. And that is our day almost wrapped up. It just keeps on getting better and better and better up. And now we come to the part of reflect and respond poll. I'd love to hand over to Mr. Munetsi Chunda from SACAP, who will be facilitating this session. Mr. Munetsi, I know that you and your team have done an incredible amount of work, paying so much attention to this event, and we would like to thank you once again. Can I please hand over to you, sir, if you're ready for us?
Manoko, is Munetsi here?
I beg your pardon, ma'am?
No, I'm checking if Munetsi is here.
Okay. While we wait for Mr. Munetsi Chiwunda, I'm sure that we are having some reflections on some of these critical items that have been discussed by Ms. Mimi. I love that question about empathy. How far does one take empathy? How far do we go? That was a very, very good question, I think, as well, because sometimes people tend to take advantage, as we've spoken. And I think these tools are going to be able to help us to also just create our boundaries. Even for us, that we don't overstep in the environment as we're trying to be ambitious. But we've learned a lot today, truly, and it's very, very reflective. We'll give Mr. Munetsi a few minutes just to log on. And if anyone would like to comment, please feel free. I see that Ms. Mimi has also posted the link to the panelists who will share it on the group chat as well. Councillor Mandisa, is there anything that you'd like to say at this point, ma'am?
No, don't get a response yet from SACAP. We just have one more question from
we do.
Eucalia, and then after that we will move towards closing if SACAP is not yet there. Yes, there's one question. Can you say it on the chat? Eucalia. Okay. How can one deal with depression? How can one deal with depression and imposter syndrome in the workplace, especially as a woman of color?
Ms. Mimi, please help us out with that question.
Thank you. I think one of the most important things to realize about depression is that it is a diagnosable illness, right? It's not something that you can diagnose yourself or think that you can deal with or go through by yourself. So it's very important that you do seek professional help for it. And I think when it comes to matters of color, unfortunately with mental health, it affects all of us the same way. And it's basically just treating it that way, that this is an illness and it needs to be, you need an intervention with a professional and get some support.
Yeah. Thank you, Ms. Mimi. Thank you for that. I trust that you've been answered well and satisfactory. Ms. Shongwe, I see you have your hand up. Please unmute yourself, ma'am.
Yes, thanks. Thank you, Chairperson. No, this has been a spectacular session. Once again, wow, what heavyweight content. You know, I'm exceptionally proud. Thank you, Ms. Jordan, for sharing your knowledge and your expertise. Certainly have learned a lot, you know. And this is the other side of things that makes us three-dimensional people. Now, when it comes to, I have no shame in talking about this, and the fact that depression is not an issue, you know, in that when I say it's not an issue, I'm talking about it's something that you can get through and you get over it. In my 4th year, I had it. Yes, I was diagnosed like Ms. Mimi saying. I went to a psychiatrist. They asked me, am I hearing voices? I said, no. Are you seeing people? I said, no. Are you seeing things? And I said, no, I'm not seeing things. But they were able to figure out that this is not a long time ago, more than 20 years ago. And they gave me tablets and then I ate them and, you know, and I believed I will heal and they helped. They just helped to rebalance what they call the serotonin. And you do get past it. In less than a year, I was hundreds and you just carry on with life. So it is important to go and have yourself checked. I was experiencing excessive happiness and excessive sadness. At the same time, I'll be driving through Pretoria and I'd be like, oh, the beautiful jacaranda trees. I love Pretoria. And then later on, I'm just having excessive crying. And that's when I realized something was wrong and I just wanted to sit in the darkness. So, and it's healable, very healable. And you know, you get over it. I mean, you get past it. And I let the people know around me, I was staying in Rez, and I said, listen, I might just go a bit off. So maybe I've forgotten to take my tablets and life goes on. And you do. And here I am today, I think, as a very functioning person. Thank you.
Thank you so much, VP, for sharing that.
Thank
It's not
you.
just functional, but quite phenomenal and inspirational to us and many.
Through you, Chair.
Yes.
Chair, please note that the poll has been launched.
Pardon?
The poll, it has been launched.
Yes, the poll has been launched.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Sorry, through Sakap, can we be guided on the polls and then we move towards the close?
Saka, please continue with just guiding us through the polls. Thank you.
The poll it's going to just appear. It should have done a pop-up. And then it will take a few minutes while everybody's answering, because I can see that participants are answering the questions. So I don't know if everybody can see the pop-up of the poll. And then after we just end it, then we can tally.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So they can continue answering as our Madam Chair, our chairperson of the Transformation Committee, Councillor Mandisa Pepeta. Can I hand over to you, ma'am, to give us your closing remarks?
Thank you very much. As we come to the end of today's Mastering Balance webinar, I just wish to pause and reflect on what we have accomplished together. When we began this morning, our intention was clear: to go beyond motivation and provide each of you with practical skills that you can carry into your personal and professional lives. And we believe that we have done just that. We have learned to master our finances so that numbers no longer intimidate us, but instead empower us to make sound business and career decisions. We have unlocked the world of ISO quality standards, equipping ourselves with tools to raise the bar in our work and deliver excellence consistently. And we have deepened our understanding of emotional intelligence, because leadership is not only about what we know, but also how we connect, respond, and inspire. The beauty of today is that it was not just the theory. We gave you tools that we can start using immediately. Our hope is that as you log off today, you take these lessons back to your projects, to your teams, to your businesses, to your communities, and that you multiply the impact by sharing what you have learned with others. To our speakers and facilitators, we thank you for your generosity in sharing your expertise. To our participants, thank you for your energy, for your engagement, and for your willingness to grow. And to SECAP, thank you for creating a platform that is both celebratory and deeply empowering to the women in architecture. We are hoping that the skylines are higher now, our future is bright. Let us continue to master the balance between ambition and well-being, between leadership and service, between our dreams and our delivery. May today we trust it has sparked continued learning, collaborations, and excellence. We thank you, and may you go forward empowered and unstoppable. We want to thank you today. Our webinar is officially closed. Thank you so much. And to our program director, also we thank you so very much, Ms. Nene.
Thank you very much, ma'am. And I just want to thank you for our leadership, for your leadership, and thank the entire leadership of SECAP, from the president to our registrar, to the SECAP team, and to the attendees. We appreciate you very much for what you have done for us.
Thank you.
Ms. Nondu, spectacular work. Spectacular work. Thank you so much. Thank you, Ms. Mimi. Thank you, Ms. Councillor Mandisa. Thank you, Ms. Manoko. Thank you, our awesome RPs. Thank you, Ms. Brenda. Thank you, Councillor Mandisa. Thank you, Ms. Portia.
Thank
We're gonna win this.
VP.
We're gonna figure out this profession of ours, and we're gonna win this, you know? We're gonna keep going. Yeah.
Thank you very much, everybody. Please keep well.
Thank
you,
you.
Mimi. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this wonderful session. Brenda says she won't be able because she just had a slight problem with her laptop.